just going to run next door and copy them, and you can continue since we're on the first exhibit. Do you have exhibit 62, sir?
It would be the autopsy protocol for Leanna Owen.
I accept for value in return for value these documents shown.
The record should reflect that the defendant has a copy of exhibit 62. Please continue, Attorney Clazy.
Ma'am, what did you do in this case in terms of examinations of Ms. Owen?
On November,
Generally speaking, I'm sorry.
okay, on November 22nd, I performed her external examination, which involves documentation of all her clothing and jewelry, her identifying features such as stature, body weight, hair color, eye color, any scars, tattoos, and then we proceed with documentation of injuries.
And did you also create a summary of the injuries that you located on Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show for you on the screen in front of you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 163. If you can tell me when you can see that on the screen in front of you. And I did provide Mr. Brooks a copy of both the autopsy protocol as well as the diagram that's going to show on the screen.
Consent to being called that name, Your Honor, for the record.
Ma'am, do you see, is it showing up in front of your screen? And Exhibit 163, is that the diagram that you prepared to summarize your findings in the autopsy protocol for Leanna Owen?
Yes.
And does it accurately depict the injuries that are notated or described in the autopsy protocol?
Yes.
I would ask the court to accept Exhibit 62 and 163 into evidence.
Objection.
The objection to both, each objection is noted. They're overruled. Exhibits 62 and 163 are both received. Permission to publish are, I believe only 163 is what you asked me for, is granted.
Yeah, there was only one asked for.
Permission to publish 163, that's what I said.
Thank you. Ma'am, can you briefly describe what this document, Exhibit 163, portrays?
This diagram depicts Leanna Owen's injuries. The red represents open wounds, lacerations or abrasions, which are scrapes to the skin. Blue is for bruising or contusions. Black is internal injuries or skeletal fractures.
And in performing the autopsy procedure on Miss Owen, what was the cause of her death?
Multiple blunt force traumatic injuries.
Specifically for the injuries that she sustained, can you describe the fatal injuries for the jury?
Objection, leading witness.
Overruled. She may answer.
Leanna Owen had injuries to her head, spine, torso, and viscera, or her internal organs. The combination of all these injuries led to her death, but she did sustain isolated injuries to her upper cervical spine, or her neck spine, and aortic lacerations. The aorta is the largest artery in the body. That would have been fatal within seconds to a couple of minutes.
And would all those injuries be consistent with being struck by a moving SUV weighing approximately 3,300 pounds?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm next going to direct your attention to, did you perform an autopsy on an individual identified as Virginia Sorensen?
Yes.
And do you have her autopsy protocol in front of you, Exhibit 63?
Yes.
And do you have a diagram detailing Ms. Sorensen's injuries on in Exhibit 164? Oh,
I don't have the diagram.
you do not have a diagram.
And once again, this is 164.
That is correct.
Right, thank you.
Do you see it in front of you?
Yes.
Does the documentation in Exhibit 164, is that a summary of your findings from the autopsy protocol for Ms. Sorensen?
Yes.
I would ask the court to admit Exhibits 164 and 63 and publish 164.
Objection.
Obviously, 164 is on the screen, has Exhibit 63, the copy been provided to Mr. Brooks?
Correct. The autopsy protocol for Virginia Sorensen as well as the diagram contained in 164 have both been provided to Mr. Brooks.
Objection. I don't consent to that name, nor do I agree to it.
Oh. All right, Exhibits 63 and 164 are both received. Permission to publish 164 is granted.
Thank you. Let me know when you see it in the screen in front of you.
Yes.
Okay. Again, ma'am, the injuries that are detailed in Exhibit 164 that's showing on the screen, was that exhibit created as a result of your findings in the autopsy protocol for Ms. Sorensen?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what injuries you discovered? Well, first of all, strike that. Did you perform an external and an internal examination of Ms. Sorensen?
Objection. Reading the witness.
Overruled. She may answer.
Yes.
When did you perform those?
November 22nd, 2021.
And during the autopsy, what injuries did you discover on Ms. Sorensen?
Virginia Sorensen had blunt trauma to her head, neck, torso, and right leg.
Were you able to determine a cause of death for Ms. Sorensen?
Yes. Multiple blunt force traumatic injuries.
And can you describe for the jury which injuries were fatal injuries?
Virginia
Objection. Reading the
Sorensen.
witness.
Overruled.
Virginia Sorensen also had a high cervical spine injury with laceration of her brainstem. She also had lacerations to her heart, either of which would have been fatal.
And is that consistent with being struck by a moving SUV weighing approximately 3,300 pounds?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
Finally, Dr. Shield, did you perform an autopsy on Jackson Sparks?
Yes.
And did you create an autopsy protocol after your examinations of Jackson Sparks?
Yes.
And did you perform, or did you create a diagram which displayed the injuries on Jackson Sparks?
Yes.
Do you have in front of you Exhibit 64, which is an autopsy protocol for Jackson Sparks?
Yes.
And I'm going to display what's been marked as State's Exhibit 165 on the screen in front of you.
Objection. I'm confused. The 64 or?
They reference both.
Oh, okay.
64 is the protocol, 165 is the diagram.
Okay. I was a little confused.
And for the record, the state did provide Mr. Brooks with a autopsy protocol for Jackson Sparks as well as a copy of Exhibit 165, which is the diagram. Ma'am?
Objection. I do not consent to that name, nor do I know that individual. For the record.
Please continue.
Thank you. Ma'am, does Exhibit 165, the diagram in front of you, accurately show the findings that you made during the autopsy of Jackson Sparks?
Yes.
Okay. I would ask the court to admit State's Exhibit 64 as well as State's Exhibit 165 into
Objection.
evidence and publish Exhibit 165.
Objection.
Overruled. Exhibit 64 is received. Exhibit 165 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
And Exhibit 165 is the diagram that you took, which displays the findings that you made in your autopsy protocol.
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury the injuries that you observed? Strike that. When did you do your external and internal examination of Jackson?
November 27, 2021.
Why was that later than the others?
Jackson went to the hospital. He was pronounced brain dead on November 23rd.
And again, is there any reason why it would take till the 27th to perform the autopsy?
Objection.
He was
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Overruled. You may answer.
Jackson was in the hospital. He became an organ donor, which often requires a couple of extra days.
Can you describe for the jury his injuries?
Jackson had bruising around both of his eyes. He had a large bruise to the left side of his forehead. He had undergone a craniectomy where the neurosurgeon removes a portion of the skull to relieve pressure on the brain from brain swelling. That's the large oval depicted on the left side of the skull in the diagram. He had trauma to his brain. He had bleeding around his brain inside his skull. He had multiple bruises to his brain. He also had a separation of his skull from his cervical spine. And he had 2 rib fractures on the right side.
What was his cause of death?
Complications of craniocerebral injuries due to blunt force trauma to head.
And what injuries of those were fatal?
His head injuries.
And would that be consistent with it being struck by a moving SUV weighing approximately 3,300 pounds?
Yes.
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. Her answer, Ms. Young.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-exam.
1 second.
You can take the exhibit now. Mr. Brooks? Your cross, please. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Just 1 second. I apologize to the court for taking so long. Do you know why the decision was made to why the decision was made for Jackson to become an organ donor?
Objection is irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you end up doing any more autopsies besides those 3?
As it relates to this case or some other case, sir?
This case. To this case.
Did you hear the question?
Could he please repeat it?
Please repeat your question.
As far as this case, those are the only 3 autopsies that you did?
Yes, Jackson Sparks, Virginia Sorensen, and Leanna Owens.
Can you recall when when they were brought to the hospital?
Virginia Sorensen and Leanna Owens were pronounced at the scene. Jackson Sparks was transported to the hospital.
I'm assuming that's Waukesha Memorial.
He was transferred to Children's Hospital of Wisconsin.
Upon first tending to the victims, were you in the knowledge of what happened?
Yes.
And that knowledge was given to you immediately?
Could you please repeat?
That knowledge was given to you immediately when you were called to tend to him?
Yes.
Were you called to attend to any other victims of the incident? Or just the three?
Jackson Sparks, Virginia Sorensen, and Leanna Owens.
You didn't attend to anyone else?
Objection has to be answered.
Browns?
Overruled. She may answer.
No.
No further questions?
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Shield. You may step down. May I have the exhibits, please? Thank you. Thank you.
Your
Say
Honor,
by call. Sorry.
Your Honor, if it pleases the court, may I have a few moments?
We can take a short break. I'll excuse the jury. We all can take about a 10-minute break. All rise for the jury, please. All right, it's 2:13. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 2:23. Thank you.
That's me Antoinette in Georgia.
Well, when I look back at it,
Me Antoinette in
it
Georgia.
made it look like it don't left.
So I'm making a pendant.
I don't think it did.
Appearances are as they were before. Just to confirm, Attorney Opper, the next witness will be the other medical examiner, and the exhibits related to that are hard copies have already been provided to the defendant.
That is correct, Your Honor, and also the state has put on the witness stand exhibits 59, 60, and 61, which are the autopsy protocols for Tamara Durand, Jane Kulik, and Wilhelm Hospel.
All right, thank you. Then, with that, we'll have the jury. Oh, one other thing.
Yeah, I just had a question as to timing, as to how late you wanted to go today, so we can have enough witnesses here.
Sure. So I was not told of any conflict, so I would like to go between 5 and 6, depending on where we end with witnesses and where we end with direct and cross exam, and when we can begin someone, and how many individuals that you have. Would that work out with the individuals you have scheduled for this afternoon?
Yes, I believe so. And then tomorrow morning, I wanted to address timing for tomorrow morning as well, but we could do it later if you're anxious to get the jury in here, Your Honor.
I'd probably be inclined to have our normal time tomorrow, unless there's a request to do something different.
Yes, I'm going to request a 9 a.m. start time, Your Honor. I have a court appearance in Branch 10 that was put on in a kind of an emergency because there's a speedy trial demand that was made with an in-custody defendant. So we had been starting at 8:30. I agreed with Branch 10. I could be there at 8:15 to address that. I'm scheduled to present the district attorney's budget to the county board tomorrow morning at 8:30. So if the court would be willing to start court at 9 a.m. tomorrow, then we'd be ready to go.
I don't have an issue with that. We can either cut into the lunch hour, if we need be, go a little bit later. We have ample time, from my perspective, set aside for this entire case, even if the state believes they're a little bit behind.
And to that extent, Your Honor, we feel like we're catching up a little bit here today. So.
Right. Mr. Brooks, any statement or comment based on the requests that have just been made?
No comment. Just briefly touch on the subject matter jurisdiction again. For the
The
record.
court will not be addressing that. Please bring out the jury. Yeah. Myself.
All rise.
Can you grab Pete for me if he's right there? Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right, then the state may call its next witness.
Call Dr. Linda Bitzricki.
All right, good afternoon, Dr. Bitzricki. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Linda, Lynda, Biedrzycki, Biedrzycki.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Dr. Biedrzycki, how are you employed?
I'm the medical examiner for Waukesha County,
How long have you been the medical examiner for Waukesha County?
about 25 years.
And can you briefly describe for the jury your education and training that you obtained prior to becoming the medical examiner?
Yes, I went to medical school at the Medical College of Wisconsin. I did an internship in internal medicine. Then I did general pathology training, which is anatomic study of tissues, and clinical, which is laboratory medicine. 4 years of that at several different places, including the Medical College of Wisconsin, University of California, and Wilhelm Hospel. I did a fellowship in forensic pathology, which is the study of trauma and legal medicine in Detroit at Wayne County. And I did a year of cardiac pathology at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
Thank you. Directing your attention to November 22nd, 2021. Did you perform an autopsy on a Tamara Durand?
I did.
And did you prepare, as a result of the autopsy that you performed, an autopsy protocol?
Yes,
Did you also prepare a diagram for court in order to summarize your findings from your autopsy protocol?
I did.
Okay. In front of you, you should have State's Exhibit number 59, which is the autopsy protocol for Tamara Durand.
Yes.
Do you see that? Okay, and then I'm going to show in front of you Exhibit 166. It will be on the screen in front of you shortly. Ma'am, in looking at the screen in front of you, is that your diagram that you prepared for testimony today, which shows your summary of the autopsy protocol, the injuries to Ms. Durand?
It is.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury, well, first of all, when did you perform the autopsy on Ms. Durand?
On November 23rd.
And were you aware that this was as a result of an incident that occurred in downtown Waukesha on November 21st, 2021?
Absolutely.
Overruled. Her answer may stand.
Did you go to the scene on November 21st, 2021?
I was there.
Okay. What were your findings with regard to Ms. Durand?
She had two groups of injuries, I like to say. One is from the impact of the car with the body, and these injuries include the marks on her hips that you can see on the posterior.
And I'm just going to ask the court, I apologize, permission to admit Exhibit 166 and 59 into evidence, and permission to publish 166.
Objection.
The objection is noted. It is overruled. Exhibits 59 and 166 are both received. Permission to publish 166 is granted.
I apologize. If you can start over with that testimony, they didn't have the diagram in front of them.
There are two groups of injuries, which is typical in a pedestrian injury. One is from the impact of the car with the body, and the external evidence of that are the marks on the back of her hips, which I indicated their heights between 34 and 38 inches. There are abrasions and bruises, the red and blue marks. And those points of contact resulted in fractures of the pelvis on the right, which is indicated with green or dark lines across the pelvis on the skeleton picture. So the car struck her hip, broke her pelvis. The other injuries that are characteristic of pedestrian injuries are the small abrasions on her toes on the right. You see little red marks on the toes. She did not have the shoe on the right foot. The impact of the car with the body pulls the foot out of the shoe. This is very characteristic of a pedestrian injury because of the force and velocity of that impact. The second group of injuries is when the person strikes the ground after that impact, and that's reflected by the laceration or red mark on the back of her head, and then reflected by a line on the skeleton diagram across the skull, which is a fracture from ear to ear at the base of the skull. and 2 fractures in the occipital area or back of the head, which you see in the posterior skeleton, which extend basically to the base of the spinal cord. Internally, corresponding to that impact with the ground, there was subarachnoid hemorrhage or hemorrhage covering the brain, and also a tear at the level of the brainstem from that impact. Also, from the ground contact are multiple rib fractures. On the left, they were the upper ribs. There's little marks near the scapula on the left, and mid ribs on the right. You can see the little marks there. And as a result of the impact that caused the fractures, there were also contusions of the lung bilaterally on the inside, and hemorrhage, we call retroperitoneal hemorrhage, which is the area around the kidney on the right side. So there are 2 groups of blood trauma.
And ma'am, I'm going to give you a pointer. I think it's hard maybe for the jury. I'm having a hard time seeing some of the dots
Okay.
on the skeletal diagram.
Objection. Relevancy of this.
Overruled.
Grounds for the overrule.
Relevant.
Again, if you can just briefly describe what you just testified to, or briefly point to what you testified to.
Objection. Action answer.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Okay. So the first type of injury from the car are the skeletal, the fractures of the pelvis here, and the external marks here at the heights that I've indicated from the hood of the vehicle. The toes are seen at this time. If you could bring them up. Right here. On the top of the toes, when they're lifted out of the shoe, there's often scraping, and that's what you will see. Then the second group of injuries from the contact with the ground, if it can go down now, is a laceration to the back of the head from contact with the ground, a fracture across the base of the skull, ear to ear, fractures to the back of the head on the right and the left, and internally subarachnoid hemorrhage and the brainstem tear. In the chest, fractures here, ribs 3 and 4, and 5 and 6 on this side, with also contusions to the lungs, pulmonary contusions bilaterally, and retroperitoneal hemorrhage, or hemorrhage in the soft tissue around the kidney area. And just because it's flipped, this kidney area, the right kidney, is in this area of the skeleton, right above the areas of the fractures of the pelvis.
You have measurements on the third diagram from the left-hand side. What is the significance of those measurements? You had talked about the height of the car. Did you see the suspect vehicle, or did you go to look at the suspect vehicle in this case?
Yes, I did.
Overruled. She may answer. Go ahead.
I did. On November 23rd, I went to Fleet in the county complex where the car was being held, and I examined the car looking for points of contact between the car and the pedestrians, and I also looked at the configuration of the vehicle, like the height of the hood, what the wheels look like, what the tires look like, where the bumper was, where the damage was, and took multiple pictures.
And with the observations that you made on the third diagram from the left, and those measurements, that would be consistent with the measurements taken of the hood height of the suspect vehicle?
Yes, it's typical of the more SUV type of configuration of a car. I mean, a very low sports car would have the hood would be low and the bumper, and if a bumper protrudes, then the bumper might be the leading edge. But SUVs have kind of a flat front and a higher hood. The hood that I measured and the vehicle was damaged was 42 centimeters, but that's only at one point because the configuration of the hood had different shapes as the metal was curved over the wheel well and so forth. So these measurements, 38.5, 37, 32.5, are pretty good for the height of a SUV type vehicle at the point of contact at the pelvis.
Thank you. We have a seat. Ma'am, can you describe for the jury the fatal injuries that were suffered by Ms. Durand?
The head injuries, the brainstem injury was quite severe. That would alone be fatal. The pulmonary injuries and the rib fractures could also alone be fatal, causing respiratory compromise. And the pelvic injuries could alone be fatal, causing hemorrhage. So she died of multiple blunt trauma, but each area of injury was quite severe in and of itself.
Would that be consistent with her being struck by a moving SUV weighing in excess of 3,300 pounds?
Absolutely.
It's overruled. She may answer.
It's typical of a pedestrian injury. It's typical of an injury with a SUV configuration, and the speed would be at least considerable because of the momentum which resulted in these severe injuries.
When you say the speed would need to be considerable, what does that mean?
I will explain. Injuries are proportional to the energy delivered, kinetic energy. Kinetic energy, the formula, is 1/2 times mass. Mass would be the 3,300 pounds times velocity squared. So velocity is like really critical. So if you look at severity of injuries and speed of the vehicle on a graph, the graph doesn't go like this. It's not when speed increases, injuries increase that way. Injuries increase like this because velocity is such an important part of the equation.
Thank you. Moving next to the autopsy that you performed on Jane Kulik, I would direct your attention to State's Exhibit number 61.
Yes.
And also I'm going to project in front of you State's Exhibit 167, which is the diagram, I believe, that you created for to assist in the testimony today.
Yes.
Let me know when you see that diagram. In front
I
of
see
you.
it.
Okay. And does that accurately depict the findings that you made in your autopsy protocol?
Yes.
Okay. I would ask the court to admit State's Exhibit 61 and admit and publish 167.
Where's 61? Objection, where's 61?
You should have that. It's not been on the screen. It was provided to you previously.
That'd be the autopsy protocol for Jane Kulik.
All right, Exhibit 61 is received. Exhibit 167 is received, and permission to publish is granted.
Now, ma'am, directing your attention to November 23rd of last year, did you perform an autopsy on Jane Kulik?
I did.
And can you describe your findings during that autopsy? And if you can use Exhibit 167 as well as the pointer and the screen to your right.
Okay. So Ms. Kulik had 3 types of injuries. She had the first kind we discussed, being struck by the vehicle. We have an impact to the left hip here at 39.5 inches, and we have pelvic fractures on the left here. We have injuries to the tops of the toes. Now, she had no shoes when I saw her, but the sock on the left foot was torn right in the area of the toes. Also, there's an abrasion to the top of the foot. That would be considered with being taken out of her shoe. So that's from the car impact. Then second, we have injuries from hitting the ground. We have a laceration to the back of the head. And we have some abrasions on the left side of the face and the nose area. The third type of injury she has is being run over by a tire. So we have a squared off abrasion across the upper abdomen, lower rib area that was sharply demarcated as I drew there. So it's not as if the abrasion blended into the skin, like if you do a sliding motion, but it was quite sharply demarcated. And associated with this injury, her liver was like lacerated, multiple tears in the liver. Bleeding from that liver injury. She had multiple fractures on the right side of her chest anteriorly. She also had lower rib fractures posteriorly here. So the pressure of the tire compressed the liver, and it also compressed the part of the chest. The diaphragm on the right was also torn. There's also, looked like a tire mark on the lower part of her left leg. There were no fractures under that site. So she had impact from the vehicle, impact to the ground, and then crushing from the tire.
What did you determine the cause of death to be for Ms. Kulik?
Multiple blunt trauma.
And the fatal injuries, can you describe those for the jury?
Her injuries from being run over were probably the most severe, with the multiple rib fractures and the crushing of the liver. Also severe, however, was the pelvic fractures. Pelvic fractures, I didn't maybe explain, cause a lot of bleeding because your aorta divides in the pelvis into your iliac arteries, so it's a very big blood vessel, and also your inferior vena cava is there. So if you damage any blood vessels in the area of the pelvis, you're damaging pretty large caliber vessels, and you can lose a lot of blood. So, and also there's bone marrow in the pelvis. So pelvic injuries, especially when they're fragmented, as it was in her case, can be very, very serious. So I would say those were the two, and then the rib fractures, and I didn't mention, she also has pulmonary contusions on the right and hemorrhage in the retroperitoneum on the right. So those injuries, the chest injuries, the pelvic injuries, and the abdominal injuries, each were very serious and could have been fatal individually.
And is that consistent with Ms. Kulik being struck by a moving SUV weighing in excess of 3,300 pounds?
Yes.
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. Transfer my stand.
Yes.
Thank you. Finally, ma'am, I'm going to direct you to the autopsy protocol for Wilhelm Hospel, which is Exhibit 60. That should be in front of you.
Yes.
I'm also, did you prepare a diagram documenting your findings through the autopsy protocol?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 168.
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask the court to admit Exhibit 60, which is the autopsy protocol, as well as the diagram contained in Exhibit 162. Or 168, I'm sorry. And permission to publish 168.
Objection.
Noted, it's overruled. Exhibits 60 and 168 are both received. Permission to publish Exhibit 168 is granted.
What was the first one?
60s.
And ma'am, did you perform an autopsy on Wilhelm Hospel on November 22nd, 2021?
I did.
And can you explain for the jury your findings that are contained on Exhibit 168?
Yes. Mr. Hospel had similar types of injuries from the impact of the car. He had a very rectangular shaped bruise, 42 inches above the heel to the back of the left hip. And he also had a bruise above, right around the back of the knee, slightly above and slightly below, but extending between 16.5 and 24 inches above the knee. This hip bruise corresponds to the fractures of the left side of the pelvis, right here. He also had foot injuries. Instead of the toes, he had marks to the back of both heels, and that could be because of the type of footwear. Again, he did not, I saw Mr. Hospel without clothing, so I did not see the shoes. They were taken off at the hospital because he had surgery, but he did have injuries that we often see in pedestrians as well, whether the shoes were taken off or just the friction from being struck. Then he had the injuries from hitting the ground, which were lacerations and abrasions to the head on the right side and on the back. And the result of that was fracture on the right side of the head. But this is kind of also interesting and shows how this injury occurred. The fracture's on the right side of the head, but the bruise to the brain and small subdural is on the left side of the head. That's called contre-coup. And that type of injury occurs in a moving head injury. So his head was moving, hit the ground on the right, caused the bruise on the left because of the rebound of the brain striking the skull. So he had injuries from being struck by the car and injuries from hitting the ground.
Now, you testified, first of all, about the injuries to the back, the second diagram from the left, and the height of those injuries. Are there any relevance of the height of those injuries as well as the measurements that you took of the suspect vehicle, which was a red Ford SUV?
Yes.
Okay.
When I measured the side of the hood, I got 42 inches. There's a picture with a tape measure showing that. So that corresponds well to the height of this particular pattern injury. And the height of the top of the bumper, because now the bumper is not a shiny chrome protruding bumper, that's kind of a flat bumper that's painted the same color as the vehicle, so it's rather broad, is about 26 inches, which would correspond to a strike to the back of the left leg there.
Thank you. And you had testified that unlike the other two people that you had performed autopsies on, were those people brought to the medical examiner's office from the crime scene being Main Street?
Objection. Leave the witness.
Mr.
Hold
Rand,
on, overruled. She may answer.
I'm sorry. Ms. Durand was brought from the scene, and I saw her at the scene before I did the autopsy. Ms. Kulik was brought from Waukesha Memorial Hospital, where she was pronounced, and Mr. Hospel was brought later because he was treated at the hospital.
And can you describe, or did you determine the cause of death to be for Mr. Hospel?
Multiple blunt force trauma.
And the fatal injuries for Mr. Hospel, can you describe those for the jury?
Objection. Answer.
Overruled. She may answer.
Okay. Mr. Hospel's most severe injuries were related to his pelvic injuries, which he lost a lot of blood. They required to put a coil to try to obstruct the bleeding vessel to stop it from bleeding. It was not accessible surgically. They had to put like a coil through the vasculature. But also the impact here caused an injury to the thoracic duct, which carries your lymph fluid. And as a result of that injury, he also had an accumulation of fluid in both chest cavities of the lymph fluid that occurred during the hospital course, which impaired his respiratory status. So it's an indirect cause of the injury, the accumulation of the fluid, but they both were related to the impact of the vehicle. His head injuries, it's harder to assess because he died. He did present with a change in consciousness, so it's possible those head injuries would have also have been independently fatal.
And would those fatal injuries and the injuries that you've described, would those be consistent with being struck by a moving SUV weighing in excess of 3,300 pounds?
Objection. Leave the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Nothing further, thank you.
Any questions for this witness?
I do. Your primary field is in the medical field. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Any reason why you would be inspecting a car if that's not a medical professional thing?
The examination of anything that's related to injuries in the people that I later examine is relevant in my specialty of forensic pathology.
So examining the vehicle would be important to your medical assessments in what way?
Because the injuries that people sustain, whether it's a vehicle in this case or anything else, it's important to correspond the nature of the implement being the car. So it's possible I would be shown a car that would be not consistent with the injuries.
So it would be fair to say you've done numerous autopsies in your time as a medical professional. Would that be fair to say?
That's true.
And as you just said, examining the vehicle would be essential to your medical expertise. Is that fair to say?
Examining the vehicle is important to interpret the injuries. I'm not sure that, I don't know if that's the answer to your question.
So if you were doing an injury assessment based on if the injury was caused by a different kind of instrument, would the same apply to having to view that?
Yes, if in cases of gunshot wounds, I asked to see the gun. In cases of stabbings or blunt trauma, I asked to see the weapons that they think were used so I can determine if they are consistent or not consistent. I can't make matches, like precise matches, but I can say it looks like a baseball bat or it looks like a pair of scissors, that kind of thing.
It would be fair to say if in a case of a gunshot wound, as you brought up, it wouldn't be, it would, let me back up. Would you say it would be hard to assess the gun, being that it wouldn't be the actual gun, but the bullets that caused the injury?
Well, actually, I don't examine the bullets, but I would examine the gun, especially, for example, if it's a contact wound. So if the muzzle of the gun touches the skin, then the muzzle could leave a mark. So then I could say the muzzle of the gun shown to me might match the mark.
And if it was something similar to that, the muzzle type thing, that would be, the mark would be from the heat. Would that be fair to say?
No, not actually. It's actually from the contact of the metal. So it's more of an abrasion than a burn.
So in a case like in a case like that, what would be the significance of the actual inspection of the gun?
I'm going to object to this question. I think it's a little bit afield of where we're at.
Grounds.
Overruled. She may answer. She brought it up as an example. I'll allow a little bit of leeway, but go ahead.
Could you repeat your question?
What would be the significance in a case like that, as you stated? You view all types of instruments, gunshot wounds and things of that nature. What would be the significance of inspecting the actual gun in terms of the injury?
Well, I may be able to say that the mark on the skin, for example, is consistent with the outline of the muzzle of that particular weapon, looking at the dimensions and shape.
So what if it was used from a distance? Then what would be the essential reason to inspect the gun?
Depending on the distance, sometimes the pattern of stippling, like for example, if there's a flash suppression or something used, that can play a role. If it's very far away, then the actual characteristics of the weapon are more general. In other words, the size of the hole, for example, or what might reflect both the size of the caliber of the gun or the velocity. So it depends on, distance does play a role on what I would be evaluating.
Do you know if at the time you did the autopsies, if any of the victims you performed the autopsy on had any underlying illnesses at that time, any cancers or anything like that may have been going on at the time that you did the autopsy?
Yes, I would make observations of any natural disease processes that I saw at the time of autopsy.
Did you observe any?
Yes.
Do you recall from who that was?
Well, Mr. Hospel, he was an older gentleman. He had some heart disease, as I recall, a pacemaker, some coronary artery disease. Ms. Kulik, as I recall, had a large fibroid. That's what I remember. I could look and clarify my memory further, but those are examples.
Can you explain to the jury what is a large thyroid? Is that the word thyroid?
Fibroid.
I'm sorry.
Yes. It's
Fibroid.
a benign uterine tumor.
Is that a form of cancer?
No.
And you said the older gentleman had some fluid buildup in the chest. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to misquote you. Some type of fluid around the chest area.
Correct.
And from your recollection, that wasn't caused by the vehicle?
That was. He entered the hospital actually with no evidence of that fluid, but it's lymphatic fluid from the thoracic duct, from a thoracic duct injury. So over the time he was treated, especially with the fluid resuscitation, because of the blood loss, the fluid collected in the hospital as a rupture of that thoracic duct injury and was in the pleural space surrounding the lungs.
So that it would be fair to say that came about once he was already at the hospital.
That's true.
And you said he had a pacemaker. Would that have any effect whatsoever on what might have been going on in his chest at the time?
No, and because he was in the hospital, the function of that pacemaker was well documented while he was being monitored.
Was it pretty active, still working properly at that time?
It was.
Even with the loss of blood, as you say, he had a loss of blood. Even then, was it still working pretty good?
Yes, the loss of blood had no effect on the electrical function of the pacemaker.
And were you at the parade at the time of the incident?
No, I was called after.
So at the time you were called, did you know any information about the incident?
Yes, because I was called in my function as a medical examiner, I was informed about the death of numerous people, injuries of more, and that this was a result of a car going through the parade.
Do you recall if it was referred to as a car or a SUV?
I'm sure I was told it was an SUV because the vehicle in question was in custody at the time.
And you were already privy to that information before you arrived at the scene?
Either before or at the scene.
Do you recall whom informed you of that?
It could either have been my staff, who were the first people notified, so they would have reported to me what they were told, or it could have been detectives at the scene who I also interacted with.
So it would be fair to say you don't really recall?
Not specifically.
And you said you observed damage to the vehicle when you were able to view it?
Yes.
Would you say it was extensive damage, or did you really look at one specific area? Or let me rephrase that: were you really focused on one certain area of the vehicle when you viewed it?
Well, when I was examining the car, actually the crime lab was there. So we looked at the entire circumference of the vehicle, and the vehicle was also on a lift, and we looked under the vehicle because we were questioning whether there was clothing perhaps or other physical evidence that would be important to document. So I would say that I looked at the car quite comprehensively, although it was not my job to document damage to the vehicle per se, other than what related to my autopsy interest.
And that would be specifically looking at the hood of the vehicle? to determine how it fit with your medical expertise?
Well, I paid attention to the front end of the vehicle, which is the part that typically is involved in pedestrian strikes. And those are the parts that I paid more attention to in terms of measurement than, say, I don't know, but it would be wherever the damage is, because now I'm thinking in some pedestrian strikes, there are cracks to the windshield or injuries to the side mirrors and so forth. So I paid attention wherever I thought the damage would be that would be relevant to my cases. But I did take measurements of the front end.
With your expertise, would you determine that all of the damage that you observed would be caused strictly from hitting one thing or numerous?
I can say that there were multiple areas of the car that had damage, so it would seem unlikely to be from one impact, because in my experience, it's, you could have a frontal impact, you can have a side impact, you can be rear-ended, but there were dents, if you will, in multiple areas of the car.
So from your expertise, that could have came from a number of different things.
That's true.
You made a brief observation about speed and velocity. Do you have any expertise in that area?
Only to the extent that I understand how injuries occur, and in terms of the transfer of kinetic energy, because all injuries I see in the body have to do with that kind of transfer.
Would it be fair to say that everybody is different, though?
Everybody is different.
So with May, I guess I would phrase the question by saying, something that may seriously injure someone else probably wouldn't seriously injure another person, based on your expertise.
Generally, things of a serious nature don't become not serious. I would say that different people might have this, there are differences in people and how injuries how different events might injure them. But I wouldn't say that something that's serious in one individual would be minimal in another. Even though there might be a range, it's not going to be okay for one person, but maybe deadly for another. That is not typically how it is.
But it can vary.
It can vary.
Do you recall how many people you were called to attend to the night of the incident?
How many people I was called to attend to?
Yes.
There were 3 victims on the road. Those are the ones that I saw that night.
Did you see anyone else besides those 3?
I later saw Ms. Kulik, who came from the hospital. Those were the people I examined that evening.
So it was just the 3?
The 4.
Oh, I'm sorry, 4.
Yes,
And no one besides those 4?
correct.
Do you recall being notified possibly to testify in this matter?
Yes.
Do you know about when?
I knew always that this case would end up in trial. I mean, but I don't remember when I actually had a date and time for appearance.
And how would you know exactly that the case would end up in trial? And I say that because many factors could play out along, many different things happen over time.
You're right, that was probably a misstatement on my part. I thought it might go to trial, given the nature of the case, but I did not know for sure.
That makes sense, definitely. So you had an idea that you might be testifying.
That's true.
And when did you know for sure that you would be testifying?
But you really only know for sure when you're called to court. You get a subpoena and things can still change. So I guess that's the best answer I can give you.
Do you recall when you were subpoenaed?
No,
Was it fairly recent to now, or was it some time ago, a few months?
probably not months, but I don't remember.
Do you recall whom you were subpoenaed by?
The district attorney.
Would that be referring to one of the district attorneys here today?
Sue Opper.
Do you recall what time you arrived on the scene after the incident that night?
It was about 10 to 8.
And do you recall what time you finally left the scene?
No, I don't recall exactly.
Would it be fair to say you were there for quite some time?
Probably around an hour or so, and then we continued our work at the medical examiner's office for a couple more hours.
And after you were subpoenaed, did you were you in contact with Attorney Opper after that?
Yes.
Did Attorney Opper ever state that she was the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection relevance.
Sustained. You do not have to answer that question.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
You may ask your next question.
Were you ever made aware of the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection
Grounds.
relevance.
Sustained. You do not have to answer that. Please ask your next question.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor, before I continue.
Ask your next question.
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Reason for the sustain, Your Honor.
Ask your next question.
No reason for the sustain, Your Honor.
Ask your next question.
Do you know of any claims filed in this matter by you or anyone else?
What are claims?
Any reports filed? Any filings made on your behalf or anyone you know?
I'm actually not sure I understand that.
I would object to it. It's vague.
Grounds.
Sustained. Sustained is to the form of the question.
Did you make any claim of being an injured party in this matter?
No.
Do you know of anybody that that has
Objection relevance.
grounds.
Sustained.
Reason for the sustain, Your Honor?
Relevance. Speculation. Vague.
Have you had any opportunity to view a complaint in this matter?
Objection vague.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form.
Have you ever seen a complaint in this matter?
Objection vague.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form.
Have you ever at any time had any interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Reason for the sustain, Your Honor?
Vague. Relevance.
I would object to that sustain. You said vague and relevance, relevant to the
Sustained.
case.
Next question, sir.
It's relevant, Your Honor. Jury deserves to
Noted.
know.
It's overruled.
I respect that. Jury deserves to know, though.
Jury will disregard the last statement made by Mr. Brooks. It's not his time to testify. Comments made by the parties or attorneys are not evidence.
Have you ever seen the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Reason for the sustain, Your Honor?
Same as before.
So that would be relevancy and vagueness.
Ask your next question.
Was today your first time ever seeing those exhibits that were shown?
No.
You seen those before, those videos?
Videos?
Yeah, the exhibits that were shown. The
Diagrams?
yes. I'm sorry, I didn't know that's how you identified them.
Oh, well, I drew them.
Oh, those exact ones?
Yes.
Oh, so okay. I wasn't aware of that. I apologize for that question. And so I'm assuming at some point you turned those over to the district attorney. Would that be fair to say?
Today.
Oh, today. Any reason why you didn't previously turn those over before you actually were called to test, or before you knew that you would be testifying today?
I decided to prepare them for the purpose of testimony. They didn't exist before today.
That's interesting. So this was really like a 11th hour, bottom of the night thing for you to get them prepared and be ready to go today then. Would that be fair to say?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, it's true, I did finish preparing them today, but I was, what shall I say? I was detailing them and wanted them to be as good as possible.
So how long did it take for you to detail them?
I guess I have to explain that there are no pre-existing diagrams of front and back, skeleton and body diagrams in my office's collection of diagrams. So I spent time finding the proper diagrams, scaling them, composing them, and putting them in a format that I thought would be the best to illustrate the points I wanted to make. So I created the basic diagram, and then I decided on how to describe the injuries, and I, did one version, then I did another version. I wanted it to be very good, And so that's why I can say it didn't exist in the form you saw today until today, because that's what I was doing.
So would it be fair to say that you have been working at this for some time then to get it the way you?
A few days.
Did you anticipate that you would be using those diagrams?
Yes.
So I'm assuming that some type of conversation had to be had in order for you to work that hard on those diagrams. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you had that conversation with Attorney Opper?
Yes.
To your knowledge, why would you, well, not why, take that back. To your knowledge, what would be the reason why you weren't already asked to develop those diagrams? Meaning, why weren't you asked this months ago in advance?
I don't think that anybody thinks about what exhibits might be used in a trial until the trial approaches, would be my answer.
But it would be fair to say that you just testified that you didn't know for sure if there would be a trial.
Correct.
That it was an assumption.
Correct.
Had you ever created any diagrams like that before this
Yeah.
incident?
I'm sorry. For these cases,
Or at any time before this particular case?
are you still you're not referring to these particular cases?
These particular, the way that you did these, had you ever done this before this incident?
I've used diagrams in many, many trials. I just didn't have a diagram that displayed the body and the skeleton in this manner. You know, I had no pre-existing form, but I use diagrams all the time.
So for this particular case, you decided to go a little bit extra. Would that be fair to say? Grounds.
Sustained. As to the form of the question.
Would it be fair to say then that for this particular case, you decided that you would want a diagram that was a little bit more defined?
What I decided was we had three decedents, and I thought it would be easiest for the jury to understand the complexity of the injuries when talking about three people sequentially if I could compress the information. Otherwise, a typical autopsy might have a skull diagram and then another page a body diagram and then another page a skeleton. You know, it would be multiple pages, and I thought that would be very difficult when we're talking about three different people.
So had you thought of that before in any other cases that you've done before this one?
I don't remember testifying about three pedestrians in trial in one sitting ever before.
No. I wasn't asking if you've testified at a trial before. I was asking based on the explanation that you just gave about making it easier to read the diagrams. Had you ever thought of that before this particular case?
Yes, it's not unusual for me to create my own diagrams specific to a case.
What I meant by that question was the way that you designed these particular diagrams. Had you thought of doing it this way before this particular incident?
Objection is irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please.
Do you recall when you completed all your medical work for this particular case?
But the autopsy report was signed in February of 2022. So my medical work, my conclusions were concluded at that time.
So about 8 months. At the time that you concluded your reports, were you already thinking about forming the diagrams for the injuries?
No,
So that kind of came about during the process of possibly knowing that you might testify.
the diagrams were created as court exhibits.
Today.
Completed today.
Do you recall at what time they were completed today? Was it morning or shortly before you came in, or
Objection is irrelevant.
grounds?
Overruled. She may answer.
I think I actually completed them last night, but we got the copies made this morning, and they were not given to Ms. Opper until today. So I think they actually were completed in terms of my sketching last night, but they were not, I had to get color copies made and they had to be submitted. So I would say, I thought of them as being done this morning, but I was working on them last night.
No further questions.
Please redirect.
Briefly. Ma'am, to follow up on these diagrams that have been presented in court today, are all the findings that are contained in those diagrams from the autopsy protocol?
Yes,
Overruled.
Relevancy.
Overruled.
And ma'am, could you have brought in a it's Halloween, so we see them all over the place, but could you have brought in a skeleton and described the same injuries?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. It's
Objection,
redirect.
hearsay.
She may. It's not hearsay. She may answer.
I could show you the broken bones on the skeleton. I couldn't show you the injuries to the soft tissues or the organs on the skeleton.
And if you had in a doll or a mannequin, that would be something that you could show the jury, just like you did in these diagrams, where the injuries, the external injuries were. Would that be a correct
Objection,
statement?
relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
That's true.
So is there anything on these diagrams that were not contained within the autopsy protocol that were turned over to the state months ago?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
No, there's nothing on the diagrams that was not, that isn't listed in the autopsy reports.
In fact, if I had a blank diagram in reviewing the autopsy protocol today, if I put a blank diagram in front of you, could you have made these same markings right here? And it would have just taken time, obviously, but could you have done it right now?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I could.
Thank you. Now I want to talk briefly about Jane Kulik's autopsy. You had stated that you had discovered a benign uterine fibroid. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did that in any way, was that a factor in her death?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. She may answer.
No.
And with regard to Wilhelm Hospel, was the presence of a pacemaker in any way related to his death?
Objection, I asked that in my cross and she answered.
Overruled. It's redirect. It's proper. The state may ask it. You may answer.
No.
The coronary disease that you testified to on cross-examination, did that play a factor in his death?
Objection, same reason.
Overruled.
Already
You may
answered.
answer.
No.
The thoracic fluid found in Mr. Hospel's lungs that you said did play a factor in his death. Is that correct?
Yes.
What caused that fluid buildup around his lungs?
Objection, answered already.
Overruled. You may answer.
It was an injury to the thoracic duct that was caused by the impact of the vehicle to his body.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down. My jurors are okay. Just thought we'd stand for a bit, but then keep going with testimony. So everyone may stand. Do our little stretch break. We haven't done one of those in a while. Probably a good thing the camera can't capture you. Stand for a bit. This chair hurts after a while. The non-chair. When you're ready, have a seat. All right, the state may call its next witness.
Father Matthew Witter.
Sir, if you would please make your way to my witness stand, which is all the way up here, upper riser to my right. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will have you do is state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
My name is Matthew Witter, Matthew, and then last name Witter, Widd as in dog, ER.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm the pastor of the Catholic community of Waukesha, four Catholic churches in the city of Waukesha.
And what are those Catholic churches?
So St. William, St. Joseph, St. Mary, and St. John Newman. We're also associated with Waukesha Catholic, the school.
Okay, thank you. And when you say the Catholic community of Waukesha, 4 parishes, and you're the pastor at all 4?
Exactly, yep. There's 4 of us priests. I'm the pastor. There's 2 other priests and a team, that kind of works together.
So you actually do sermons or services at each of the 4 churches?
Yep, exactly. So the 4 of us priests kind of go around and exactly wherever we're called to be. We're kind of on a bit of a rotation, but we're at all those 4 churches.
Okay. Direct your attention to November 21st of last year. Were you at the City of Waukesha Christmas Parade?
Exactly. I was the Catholic community of Waukesha Catholic. We're walking in the parade.
Okay. And when you say, were there just one group of people, or when you said the school and the church?
Yeah, we were one group.
Okay.
One group.
Did you have a float or anything?
We did not have a float. There was a banner, and the banner was kind of being carried at different times by a different amount of people, but otherwise we were walking different proximity to the front and back. We were spread out a little bit.
Approximately how many people were in that group that day?
Probably between 40 and 50.
Was there any type of formation?
There wasn't like I think at different times we were probably closer together, at different times we were more spread out. As the parade went on, I think, some people walk faster, some slower.
And no uniform, or did everyone wear the same type of shirt or sweatshirt?
We didn't have, no, it was somewhat cold, so we had different kind of trying to stay, generally speaking, warm. We had some little, very small kind of lights that we're kind of carrying, very small, just kind of that sense of, not everyone had them, I didn't have one, but that sense of kind of bringing the light of Christ into Christmas. And
Thank you. I'm going to show you a variety of exhibits. First, I'm going to publish them or put them on the screen in front of you, and I'll direct your attention there. I'll ask you some questions about them, okay? So first thing I start with Exhibit 129. And let me know when you see that exhibit in front of you.
okay, yep, I see it.
Okay. And have you seen that picture before?
Yep, I have.
And do you know who that was taken by?
I believe it was taken by Jason Peckloff. He's at least the person that I saw the picture from, so it was probably circulated, but yeah.
Okay. Do you know when it was taken?
That was taken before the parade started with some of the group.
Okay. So this wasn't all the people in your group?
Not everyone, but a chunk of people.
Okay. Are you familiar with pretty much everyone within this picture?
Yep.
And there are names that are associated with certain people who we are considering injured parties in this matter. Do you see those names?
I do.
Do you see the arrows that are associated between the people and the name?
I do.
Can you briefly look at that and let me know if those names are correctly associated with the correct people?
Yeah, to the best of my ability. Juan Marquez is kind of in the back. That's a difficult one to say. It's probably him. On that angle, I couldn't say like 100%, but very, very probable.
I would ask the court to admit Exhibit 129 into evidence and publish it for the jury. Would ask the court to publish.
The objection is overruled. Exhibit 129 is received and permission to publish is granted.
Can you briefly kind of go over the people who are named and their relationship with the other people in this picture? For example, I see some kids with the last name Perales Alvarez.
Exactly.
Can you kind of describe what their relationship is to one another?
Exactly. Yep. So Yamilet and Ashley, and then next to them unnamed is Yashleen. They're the daughters of Maria Alvarez Dominguez, as his name. You just say Alvarez Perales, actually.
Okay.
And then Jose Perales Alvarez.
Okay.
So those are connected there.
Okay.
And then Benjamin and Elliot Hallmark are siblings. Some of their other siblings are there too.
Okay.
Gregoria Romelia, she usually goes by Romy Perez, and Camila on the far left, that's mother and daughter.
Okay.
And then Juan in the back, his son David is up front. His head is kind of ducked to the side.
Okay.
So those would be the relationship connections.
How about Adair Lopez Revelar?
Objection, leading the witness.
Adair is...
Hold on, there's been an objection. I need to rule on it. The objection's noted. It's overruled. And you may answer.
So Adair is... his mother, Marisol, was also in the parade. She's not in the picture, though.
And how about Maria Alvarez Dominguez? I don't know if you addressed her yet.
Oh, yeah. Maria she's the mother, and I forgot Eileen. I knew I was missing someone. Eileen is on the far right. So Eileen with the A, Yamilet, Ashley and then Yashleen, who's doesn't have a name box by her. They're the kids of Maria and Jose, who's got just barely see the red hood.
And does this accurately reflect kind of the clothing that they were wearing while they were marching in the parade on November 21st of last year?
I believe so.
Okay. I'm now going to direct you to Exhibit 128 because I thought so can you identify the person depicted in that photograph, 128?
Yeah, so as it says, that'd be David.
Okay,
He'd be
so
one
that
of the
is correct.
younger kids.
He was kind of hidden a little bit in Exhibit 129, so I wanted to get a better picture of him. I'd ask that this be admitted into evidence. I'm sorry, was this taken on the day of the parade? Does it appear?
It would definitely appear. I'm not familiar with the picture, but it would definitely appear.
That appears to be the street that you guys
Exactly.
walked on
Yep,
and the clothing
definitely.
that he was
Objection,
wearing.
leave the witness.
Overruled. Father, do me a favor and just wait until the question is fully asked before you answer it. I know it can be very easy to anticipate, but the very nice lady in front of you is taking down a record of everything that's said, and it just makes her job a little bit more difficult if that happens. It's okay. So hopefully his answer was clear. If not, you can re-ask.
And I'm sorry, that accurately reflects what you believed you would have seen on November 21st of last year.
Yes.
I would ask that Exhibit 128 be admitted into evidence and published to the jury.
Objection.
Exhibit 128 is received and permission to publish is granted. The objection is overruled.
Now, I'm also going to then show you on the screen in front of you Exhibit 121. Let me know when that's showing in front of you.
It is.
Okay. You had indicated that in front of the group was a banner. Is this consistent with what you're seeing, or can you describe generally what you're seeing in Exhibit 121?
That would be our group, somewhat close to the beginning of the parade route. So that's the banner. That's Bob carrying it on one side, and Jason Peckloff, as is noted, on the other side, where there's St. Matthias in the background. St. Joseph is kind of right in front of that, towards the beginning of the route.
Okay. And there are other names that are associated with people. There's a box with their name with a red arrow going from the person to the name. Are all of those correctly diagrammed?
Camila certainly is. Jason certainly is. Adair certainly is. Maria certainly is. Juan, I couldn't say definitively that that's him. And Jose Perales, I believe that's him, but I couldn't say definitively on that particular angle.
Okay. And with regard to Jason Peckloff, specifically, since we've identified the other people in this photograph through Exhibit 129, that is Jason Peckloff, and he's correctly named in this diagram?
Yeah, definitely.
Objection. Everybody was not positively identified.
I would note that the witness identified most with certainty, others without. So the jury should just keep that in mind at this point. I don't believe there's been an offer, though, or a request to receive it just yet. So I'll withhold any of that.
And Your Honor, I'm going to move Exhibit 121 into evidence, ask that it be published with the understanding that Father Witter indicated that Jose Perales Alvarez and Juan Marquez, it would be consistent, but he cannot say with 100% positivity that those are those two individuals.
Objection. It was not said with certainty whatsoever. The answer was he's not sure.
Exhibit 121 is received as noted by the state. Permission to publish is granted.
Sir, again, in looking at this exhibit, which is 121, other than Jose Perales Alvarez and Juan Marquez, which you indicated you weren't positive about, the other people whose names are and arrows are on that picture, you can positively identify them?
100%.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 122. And again, is this consistent with a picture that was taken at the very beginning of the parade where the other picture was taken from?
That's correct.
Okay. And there are two names associated with two individuals on this picture. Can you positively identify that those individuals are the people in this picture?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled.
Yeah, William Mitchell and Yamilet Perales, that would be 100% certain.
Thank you. I would ask the court to admit Exhibit 122 into evidence and publish it for the jury.
Exhibit 122 has received permission to publish. Granted.
And again, this accurately reflects the identity of William Mitchell. If you can just circle William Mitchell in the photograph, it is a touch screen in front of you.
I should.
And Yamilet Perales Alvarez. Thank you. Moving on to Exhibit 123. Can you identify the individuals who are named in this exhibit?
Objection. The names are on there.
Question was whether he could identify the individuals who are named. So
That's a big arrow pointing to there.
your objection's noted. It's overruled. You may answer the question.
So each of the people, Benjamin Hallmark, that arrow is correct. Maria Perez, that is correct. That is Luke Hallmark. Marisol, that would be Marisol. And then Gregoria, I would say 100%, I would attest to that picture.
And again, does this look to be taken in the same vicinity as the other pictures I've shown to you?
Yeah, definitely, it's towards the beginning of the route. Exactly, that's probably St. Matthias right there, and St. Joseph will be right in front of us.
I'd ask the court to admit Exhibit 123 into evidence and to publish it for the jury.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibit 123 has received permission to publish is granted.
Again, sir, I'm just going to ask you to circle the people associated with the names as I call them out. Benjamin Hallmark, I think you had previously identified in Exhibit 129, but where is he? And if you can circle him. Okay. And Maria Perez.
Maria.
Luke Hallmark. Marisol Lopez Gutierrez. And Gregorio Romelia Perez, I think you said you know her as Romy.
Yeah, she also goes by Romy.
Thank you. I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 124. And let me know when you see it, I'm sorry. And does this, again, looks like it's taken from the same angle as the prior exhibits. Do you see the name of Elliot Hallmark and Father Pat Heppy?
I do.
And are the arrows associated with the people that you know as Elliot Hallmark and Father Pat Heppy?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yep, 100%.
Thank
Those
you.
those would be correct.
Thank you. I would ask the court to admit Exhibit 124 and publish it for the jury.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibit 124 is received and permission to publish is granted.
And again, just to clarify for the jury, Elliot Hallmark, can you circle him? And Father Pat Heppy, can you circle him? Now, is he one of the other three pastors?
Exactly. Yep, Father Pat is the pastor emeritus in the Catholic community of Waukesha, so he's one of the four of us priests.
Okay, thank you. And finally, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 125. Let me know when it's on your screen.
Yep.
And the final two of the people that we did not identify in that first picture, Exhibit 129, Lori Loken and Margaret Pekulis, and she goes by Peggy. Do you see them in this picture?
I do.
Are they correctly identified?
They are.
I'd ask and again, this photograph is taken at the same location as the others?
Yep.
Okay. I'd ask the court to admit Exhibit 125 and allow it to be published for the jury.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibit 125 is received and permission to publish is granted.
Thank you. If you can circle Lori Loken and Margaret Pekulis. Thank you. We can take this exhibit down. Do you recall as you were marching or walking in the parade, what group was in front of you?
The group, in terms of, we were, the Catholic Memorial Group was the group in front of us. Behind us were the Dancing Grannies.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for. What, at some point, was your attention drawn to something during the parade? Something unusual?
Yeah, so we were, all of a sudden kind of heard a scream, and, my experience was I turned to my left, and there was a red SUV just flying down the road. My next experience would be kind of hearing it, kind of striking people.
And I'm gonna, just because we have to put that on the record, that you put your fist to your
Yeah,
palm of
just,
your hand,
yeah.
making a striking noise.
Yep, just kind of like a
Objection. Leading the
pounding
witness.
sound, I guess you'd call it.
Overruled. The description may stand. Keep going.
Thank you.
Next question.
How many times did you hear that?
So for
Objection.
me,
Leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
I heard 2 times.
Where were you when you were marching in this group? Were you on, as you're walking down Main Street, were you on the right-hand side of the group, which would be, I don't know why I can't get this right. The right side would be, I believe, the north. Or were you on the left-hand side of the street, which would be the south? Or were you in the middle?
I was more towards the right-hand side of the street.
And did you look back? And you said you looked back and saw the red SUV, correct?
Yeah, the way I would describe it is if the car would have hit me, it would have hit me. I kind of saw it as it was entering into our group.
And the 2 impacts that you heard, did you see those impacts?
My mind blocks that part out of it, so I couldn't say who was hit in those impacts. What I could say is that my next encounter was that there were 3 people from our group that I don't believe would have been the ones with impact that were lying more or less right in my immediate path.
So 2 right in front of you on the right-hand side of the street,
Yep.
as you testified?
On the right-hand side. Those were the first, the 3 people that I was right by then.
And before that car went through, were those 3 people on the ground?
Definitely not.
Where did this impact take place? Do you know approximately where on the parade route?
Yeah, so it would have been past Curry Insurance. There would have been, I believe it's Main Street Bar and Grill, and then there's kind of an unnamed bar, and then there's Planned Parenthood. So those would be it's kind of the Main Street, between Main Street and that kind of unnamed bars where it happened.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 15. It'll not only be, I'd ask that it be published as well.
Go ahead. Exhibit received.
Objection. How many times do we need to publish the same picture?
Your objection's noted. It's overruled.
Of course.
On this picture, there are different groups that appear to be on this picture. Can you describe, what does this appear to be a map of?
Yeah, that would be Main Street. That'd be our groups, all the groups of the parade.
And do you see your group
victims.
on this map?
I do.
Would it be in the left-hand side of Exhibit 15?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Sustained. Hold on. Sustained. Please rephrase.
Sure. Where would you see, you said you saw your group, where do you see your group on this map?
On this map, our group is furthest to my left.
Can you circle it? And that would be in that arrow, or I'm sorry, that star that you circled, then is attached to a list of names. Is that correct?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Sustained. Please rephrase.
Yes. Do you see a list of names and an arrow on that map?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
I do.
And where does that, do you recognize the names that are on that map?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yep, I recognize all those names.
And it appears that approximately how many names are on that list?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
$19.
Didn't mean to test you. And were all those people, to your knowledge, injured as a result of being struck by or indirectly struck by the vehicle in the parade?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. We can take Exhibit 15 down. So when you looked around and saw the red SUV, did you hear the impacts first, or did you see the red SUV first?
I saw the red SUV just flying on the left side. I mean, flying is a relative word, but it was, going fast. It was going faster than anyone in their right mind would be driving in that scenario.
Could you estimate the speed?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
From being on that street in other occasions and kind of walking over there, the speed limit's 25. The car, in my estimation, was going faster than I would see a car driving in normal times down that street.
So in excess of 25 miles per hour?
Objection, hearsay, leading the witness.
Not hearsay. It's a clarification question. Your objection noted. It's overruled. You may answer.
I would say yes.
Now, when you said that you saw the red SUV coming to your left, I know you described your path of travel being on the right side
Exactly.
of the road. So it's to the left of you. Would it be more towards the middle of your group or to the left of your group? Or on the left-hand side of your group?
I would say it was on my left.
Okay. So you're not sure how far away it was when it passed you?
No, it was on my left. I was not struck. It was on my left. It wasn't.
Did you see who was driving the vehicle?
I did not.
After the vehicle, did the vehicle go past your group? Did it drive past your group?
I believe it did. I saw it just fly by, and my attention immediately was drawn towards the three people that were on the ground in my vicinity.
After the car went by, did you ever see the car stop?
I simply I saw the car fly by, and then the next thing I knew, there were three people in front of me on the ground. So my attention went right there.
Did you see anyone else on the ground after the car passed, other than the three people you initially saw?
There were other, so all around them, there were different kind of, as time played out, kind of pockets of people.
Can you describe who you saw after the car went through who appeared to be injured?
So the three people that were in my path were Father Patrick Heppy, and then Maria Perez, and William Bill Mitchell.
Did they all appear to be injured?
Yes.
And did you meet with those people after the parade? Did you talk to them or meet with them?
Yeah, so my attention was really drawn towards those three that were kind of right there. Father Pat was, he was kind of completely knocked out, and then he kind of came to, and he was kind of put on the side of the road. And then I more or less stayed by Maria Perez on the side. She was in agonizing pain. There were some other people that came, and William Mitchell was also there, also with severe injuries and major pain. So I more or less stayed there. And then Father Pat and I, we, being priests, we live in the same, we call it the rectory, or the house. So when he went into the hospital, I joined him to go. And then so my next immediate experience was going to the hospital and then encountering more of the people that were in our group who were already at the hospital.
So the three people you had direct contact with would have been Maria Perez, William Mitchell or Bill Mitchell, and Father Heppy.
That's correct.
Objection, leading the witness.
I believe that's what his testimony just was.
Correct. It's overruled.
And you went to which hospital?
So Father Pat was taken by a squad to Waukesha Memorial, so I joined them in going to that hospital.
Did you see any of the people that you had observed on that list on Exhibit 15 at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Yes, I did.
What observations did you make there of the people you saw?
Yep, so immediately I saw Eileen Perales, who was sitting off to the side with some facial issues and some other injuries. So Father Pat was he was placed in a room, and I kind of was helping Eileen a little bit. And then there was also Peggy Pachulis, was also in the waiting room already when I got there.
Did she have any observable injuries?
She had, her ankle was splinted already. She was waiting. And then shortly after that, then Benjamin and Elliot Hallmark were also in the general waiting room. And I ended up also seeing them. And then my next experience would be with the different situations in families, it became apparent that unfortunately some families were split apart in different injuries. And so I was with there was CAT scans that needed to be done on some of the children. So there were 4 beds. And I was, especially with Benjamin and Elliot Hallmark, their parents were out. And then it also turned out that Eileen and Ashley Perales also then were waiting CAT scans. So that would have been my next encounter.
What injuries did you observe on those individuals?
So at the time, I mean, Ashley had some, you call it facial lacerations and major injuries there.
And I think you already testified about Eileen. How about Elliot and Benjamin Hallmark?
Yeah, so they were both in, at the time they were getting checked out for brain situations. It was clear Benjamin had a major fracture in his leg, and also a major golf ball coming out of by his eyes. And Elliot also then had some injuries.
And I'm just going to go through the remainder. If you saw them, or either that night or in the following days, let me know. And if you know that they were injured. Maria Alvarez Dominguez.
Objection. It's hearsay.
It's not hearsay. It's asking about his knowledge, not what he heard. So you may answer the question.
Maria was injured. I don't know the full scope of her injuries.
Okay. And how about Gregorio Romelia Perez?
She was very, very, very severely injured. Major issues.
Could you observe what those injuries were?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
Pelvis fractures, and she was in rehab for about 4 months with still walking with a cane.
She still is walking with a cane?
That's correct.
Lori Loken?
Lori sustained some major heart issues, so she had a major procedure on her heart.
Marisol Lopez Gutierrez?
I don't know the full extent. Marisol was impacted. She suffered I believe a fracture, wrist fracture. Some other major soreness. She's healing.
Adair Lopez Gutierrez?
Adair was the car ran over him. He didn't suffer any major physical injuries, but was impacted.
Juan Marquez?
Juan suffered a major leg fracture. Has had a couple surgeries.
David Marquez?
David was struck, took on some bruising, but no major injuries.
Jason Peckloff?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
Jason suffered a severe concussion and some ankle injuries, an ankle injury.
Yamilet Perales Alvarez?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead. You may answer.
Yamilet was came very close to losing her. Major head trauma. Was severely hurt.
Jose Perales Alvarez?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Jose also was very severely hurt with leg injuries. He's had about 10 surgeries at this point. Still
And-
walking with a crutch.
And Camila Perez Gonzalez.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Camilla had an orthopedic injury. She's had a couple surgeries.
Nothing further. Thank you, Father.
Any cross-exam questions for this witness, sir?
I do.
Please proceed.
You say. I don't have too many questions for you, Father. Do you recall when you knew for sure that you would be testifying in this matter?
I got an official word on October 1st to plan to be here, I believe, on last Wednesday.
And to the best of your knowledge, do you have any reason why you would be testifying on behalf of an injured party if you are not an injured party?
Mr. Relevant.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer. If he knows.
My thought would be that as the pastor, I would have a more wide-ranging kind of knowledge of different people's situations as a pastor, whereas some people might, that's what I would assume, but.
You testified to observing quite a few injuries. How can you assess the injuries just by looking at the people?
Can you clarify what you mean by that? Like, what are you getting at?
For example, if I was to see someone injured laying on the ground, I could essentially say, "Oh, it looks like this," but how can I be certain that that's what it is? So my question is, being that you observed a lot of injuries, how were you able to assess what they were just by looking?
Well, the question mischaracterizes his testimony, so I'm going to ask that you rephrase.
How did you know the injuries just by looking?
It still mischaracterizes his testimony. That's not what he said. He was asked about whether he was aware.
Yeah, that he observed injuries. So how could he know
He observed some, so you need to be specific as what point in
the
time.
injuries that you saw at the hospital? How were you able to say for sure what those injuries were just by observation?
Yeah, so some of it is seeing people at the hospital, and then part of it then is, so there's the immediate seeing people in the hospital, and then there's the later times of seeing people in the hospital or seeing people in other contexts.
So would it be fair to say that you were told those injuries either by medical professionals or by the people?
Exactly. So if people would say, "This is my injury," I would believe them. If they'd be in the hospital, if I see people with crutches, wheelchairs, then I would say that's probably accurate.
But you didn't know for sure yourself until you were told.
Yeah, I'm not a doctor, so I'm not the one diagnosing an injury. I can observe what they say, I can observe what I see, and then if I see people with crutches, wheelchairs,
that's
then
what I
I'm
was
like,
getting at.
there's probably truth there.
Do you know, because you testified to seeing those, some of those people after the incident, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know if any of the people you saw after the incident filed any claims in the matter?
Could you clarify by what you mean by claims?
Did they file for to be an injured party in the matter, or did they file for any medical bill support or anything of that nature? To your knowledge, do you recall any of that?
We certainly told as many people as possible to get involved in the Waukesha Parade support and other means of help. I can't speak specifically for each person what they did or did not do.
Can you explain to the jury what you mean by the support that you are referring to? Was that like a group formed, or was that sort of like an event of a GoFundMe account or something like that? Can you give some clarity on that?
Yeah, there was the Waukesha Parade fund that was, I think, an international type of thing. There was, our parish had a fund. There were GoFundMes. There were any number of different things. There were different encounters to allow people to come together and talk about what had happened and seek a start of healing from the emotional part of it.
And by international, that would be assuming worldwide. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
So it would be fair to say that there were financial interests attached to this incident.
Objection is how it relates to this witness's testimony.
Grounds.
Sustained.
I should try to answer the question.
No, I sustained it. You don't have to
Okay.
answer that.
All right.
You can rephrase, but as it relates to how it was asked in this witness, I'm sustaining it.
Well, it was actually because he referred to some GoFundMes being set up and anything. So my question was, being that it was a wide-ranging scope by him saying international.
What's your question? I sustained the objection.
Was there any financial interests attached to this incident?
Ken, I'm going to object for the same reasons before.
Grounds.
It's vague, unclear, overly broad. Sustained is to the form of the question.
Any idea how much money was raised for the I guess I would say GoFundMe's, groups, support?
Objection as it relates to this witness's
Grounds.
testimony.
I'll allow it a little bit of leeway as it potentially could relate to bias, not of this witness. He made no claim, but go ahead if he knows. Subject to you following it up with other, I guess, witnesses later on.
I know, so the Catholic community of Waukesha had an opportunity because people wanted to give, and so there were $73,000 that came into the fund that I'm aware of, the Catholic community of Waukesha, that we dispersed in different ways. There's still, I think, $3,000 left. That's for kind of community healing events. What the end of what GoFundMe's reached, what the Waukesha Foundation Fund reached, I don't know. But I know the Catholic community of Waukesha was 73,000. Yeah, the specific, I couldn't say 73 what, but 73,000, I think.
And did that go straight towards the victims to help them in any way?
So an example would be, there are many people that could not work because of being hurt, or they had situations where a loved one was severely hurt and they had to be at home or going to the hospitals, nursing homes, and taking care of them. So there was, and I have no idea the ins and outs of payment of hospital bills and things like that, but I know people were, they could not go to work because of of some of these scenarios.
And you stated you didn't see the vehicle approaching at the time when it got to where you were. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct. It was very close to me when I saw it.
About how close to you did the vehicle come?
The vehicle was on my left side. I saw it probably, very close to when it was on me, I would say, to my left.
So you were on the right side of the street at that,
It was on
point?
the right side of the road.
So it'd be fair to say it was on the opposite side of the road from you.
It was on my left. Where on the left? If you show me a picture of the road, like point to where it was on my left, I could not say that it was on my left.
Did it come pretty close to you at any time when it was passing you?
The car did not hit me. It was on my left.
You referred to it as a car, as you just said. Was it a car? Was it an SUV? What was the vehicle?
I would describe it as an SUV, to be specific.
Any reason why you would say car?
Objection, argument.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer.
For me, people that know me, I'm not a car person, so car is a wide-ranging descriptor to me.
Would it be fair to say you wouldn't call a bus a car, though, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
That's argumentative, sustained. You don't need to answer that one.
When asked earlier, when you were asked about if you saw anyone else on the ground or something to that effect, you said as time went on, you had observed someone else laying on the ground. Can you explain what you mean by as time went on? Was that a significant time that passed, or a very short time that passed at that point? Do you recall?
My testimony is there were 3 people that were right in front of me, and I really spent time. Father Pat then was taken to the side as he waited for a squad to come. I really stayed with Maria because there weren't a lot of people around there first, so I really kind of focused on staying with her. From looking up and waiting, there'd be officers or different medical personnel, whether they were, I can't say what type of personnel there were, but people would come and check and kind of evaluate. But I could see other kind of pockets of people.
Did you observe the other pockets of people that weren't with your group being struck at any point in time?
The only experience that I saw was
Do you recall being interviewed by any law enforcement at that time?
I was at the hospital, as I indicated before, that night, and there was a law enforcement person that kind of ducked into one of the rooms and asked, a couple questions, what I would have seen, or.
So very brief, not extensive, long, extensive type interview, but very brief, just a few questions.
In the hospital that evening, yes, there was a law enforcement. That was a brief interview.
Did you give any, or were you interviewed by any law enforcement after that night?
I was not interviewed until getting a subpoena about this particular case.
Do you recall when you received that subpoena?
I can't say a specific date. I can say, after that first one, October 1st was when I got the official, to report, to testify to the case. I can't remember what date it was before that.
Were you in contact with any law enforcement about this incident leading up to the October 1st subpoena that you received?
Not before I talked to the DA. That first time.
And do you recall what DA that was?
It was Susan and.
Excuse me.
Susan.
Made a record reflect that there was a right hand gesture towards the prosecution table.
I believe the witness identified our District Attorney Susan Opper as the Susan. The record can reflect that.
And was that October 1st time the only conversation you had with Attorney Opper?
October 1st was when I received a notification that I was to report to court. I spoke with Attorney Susan, sometime in the month before. We spoke once.
But in the month before the October 1st subpoena?
So October 1st is when I formally got the subpoena that I was to come in. It would have been sometime in September where I was, notified to come in and talk to the DA. So I talked to the DA once.
And at that time in September, you weren't yet subpoenaed?
I was, how do I say this? This would be a point of clarification in the sense of I believe that I was subpoenaed to come in and talk to the DA. I'm not sure if that's a subpoena or that's what the correct wording is. I was told to come in and talk to the district. I'm not sure if that's a subpoena, but I believe it would be more than come in if you want to. I believe it was kind of like you need to come in, not if you want, you can, if not, don't. I'm not sure what the terminology for that is, but that's how I would take it. If that's a subpoena.
No, that's not a subpoena. The subpoena is when you actually get the subpoena paperwork by mail, or I don't.
Mr. Brooks, you need to ask a question.
Can I get to it, Your Honor?
No, because you're trying to define something, which would be testifying, which you cannot do at this time. So the jury will disregard his last comment, but go ahead and ask a question of this witness.
You get something else. Wow.
Mr. Brooks, that was inappropriate. Do you have any other questions
Yes,
for this
I do.
witness?
Yes,
Please
I
ask
do.
them.
During your conversations with Attorney Opper in September and October 1st, when you received the subpoena, At that time, were you provided the complaint in this issue?
What do you mean by complaint?
The complaint would be a reference to the charges in this matter. Paperwork that would state the charges.
Objection, Meg.
Grounds.
Oh, overruled. He may answer if he's able.
I mean, to me, seeing what happened and seeing everyone that was hurt,
No.
to me it was very obvious what this was about.
Did you see at any time any paperwork related to the charges in this incident?
So there'd been the subpoena sheet that would have had your name and any number of different.
What do you mean my name? What are you referring to?
I believe it would have said Darrell Brooks on it.
Are you aware that I don't identify by that name?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
Sorry.
So is that what your subpoena said? Was that the language of your subpoena? The logistics?
We've been down this road under 906.11, Mr. Brooks. I need you to ask a relevant question to this witness.
That was relevant. He said what was on his
No,
subpoena.
you've talked at length about the subpoena, so under 906.11, move on to a new topic, please.
Are you aware of who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer.
I believe that you would be, or excuse me, you're the defendant.
I would be the plaintiff?
Excuse me, at my mind, you're the defendant, I believe. The plaintiff would be.
If you know, do you know who the plaintiff is?
All those who were hurt under the title of the state of Wisconsin. That's how I would identify it.
That's how you would identify it. So, do you know if anybody who was hurt that identified as the plaintiff?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
I think this witness has testified he's really not sure what the plaintiff is. He kind of guessed. He gave an assumption.
Sustained.
He did.
Foundation.
He did answer the question though.
Sustained. Next question.
So to the best of your knowledge, the plaintiff would be the representative of the people.
Objection is relevance.
Sustained. You're now asking him to make a legal conclusion, which I will not have him do. It's also not relevant.
Do you know if any injured party who claims to be the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, under 906.11, please move on to a new topic.
Are you aware that only an injured party can be the plaintiff in this incident?
Objection,
Grounds.
relevance.
Sustained also misstates the law. You don't have to answer that. Mr. Brooks, new topic, or under 906.11, I will close the cross-examination.
How does that mischaracterize the law? An injured party has to make the
Under
claim.
90611, you haven't asked a question. I will give you one more opportunity. Don't question me. Please ask a question of this witness. The jury will disregard his statement as it mischaracterizes the law, and he is not testifying. He's asking questions at this time.
Are you aware that the state of Wisconsin is an entity and cannot claim to be an injured party in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. All right. Your cross-exam is now closed under 90611. Does the state have any redirect for this witness?
Briefly.
Go ahead.
Sir, prior to the red SUV coming through your group, did you ever hear a horn honking?
Objection.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Objection. Hearsay.
It's not hearsay.
I personally
Hearsay.
didn't, but
That's fine. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 15 again and ask that that be published to the jury. This has already been admitted into evidence.
Go ahead.
Objection. What was the answer to the last question?
The record speaks for itself. Next, the witness can consider the annotations.
And again, you previously identified the individuals in the Catholic Communities of Waukesha box. In looking at that box again, were all those people on the road as part of the Catholic Communities of Waukesha when the red SUV went through?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
definitely, 100%.
And we can take that exhibit off the screen. One final question. When you spoke with District Attorney Susan Opper in your meeting that you testified to, did she ever tell you what to say today?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. You questioned his credibility. You questioned his talking to the state. He may answer the question.
The only
Go
reason
ahead.
why I'm objecting, Your Honor, is because
Your objection's noted.
Attorney Opper is not asking the question, so how would Attorney Basie know what
Mr.
Attorney Opper
Brooks,
said?
I'm not going to explain the legal procedures. Go ahead, ask the question. You may answer when she does. Do you recall the question?
Yeah, I do. She did not.
Okay.
No.
Did she tell you to tell the truth today?
Objection. Relevancy.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Everything that you testified today, is it truthful?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down. I would like to get through one more witness, but I want to take a short comfort break for everyone, so I'll rise for the jury. Thank you. Mr. Brooks, not now.
Not allowed to.
Not now. The jury is in this courtroom, and you will show respect for them and for this court.
Respect for them would be
Mr. Brooks,
telling them the truth.
stop. I'm putting you on notice that you are on the verge of this court creating a curative instruction about your frivolous arguments. I will not have you claim legitimacy for what are debunked, frivolous, sovereign arguments.
Then
That is why
prove it.
your questions
Prove it.
are being
Prove that it's
objected
frivolous.
to,
Prove
and
that it's
why
frivolous. Prove it.
all the cases that we've already referenced, sir. We are in recess. We'll be back
And
in
prove
5
it.
minutes. Thank you, everyone.
I don't agree to a estoppel. Can you prove?
Attorney Opper, you just wanted to address timing.
Well, and I understand. Let me say this, Judge. The ebb and flow of this trial has been very difficult to predict, not through any fault of the court, but by events. We do have 2 witnesses here ready to go. If the next witness goes relatively smoothly, would you consider letting us call the second one and maybe wrapping up by about 6 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If not, he can come back tomorrow, but he's been here twice already.
No, we'll keep going. I prepped the jury for that yesterday, so we're good. I'm going to have the jury brought out. All right. Bring the jury in, Madam Clerk.
And I object to that.
To the timing?
Yes.
Your objection's noted. We're going to make up for lost time from yesterday.
So can we adjust the subject matter jurisdiction?
No,
then,
we
since
cannot.
all right, talk about that? We're not gonna address that either. That's still not gonna be proven, right? But it's frivolous stuff. That's gonna get pressed every time, so. I've yet to prove subject matter jurisdiction, any jurisdiction at all, rather.
The jury will disregard the comments being made by Mr. Brooks at this time. They are a mischaracterization of the law.
Absolutely not. They are absolutely not. They are.
All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The state may call its next witness.
The state would call Lucas Hallmark.
All right, Mr. Hallmark, if you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is on my right, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record, and then spell each.
Lucas Hallmark, Lukas Hallmark.
Hold on a second. It would really help if our audio's on. I'm just going to have you do that again. If you would please state your first and last names for the record. And then spell, sorry.
Lucas Hallmark, Lukas Hallmark.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
City of Waukesha Police Department.
What's your position?
I'm a detective
How long have you been with the City of Waukesha Police Department?
for approximately 15 years.
Has that been the entire time you've been in law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Direct your attention to November 21st of 2021. Were you at the City of Waukesha Christmas Parade?
I was.
Were you there in as a law enforcement officer, a spectator, or participant?
I was there as a participant.
And what group were you with?
I was with the Catholic Communities of Waukesha.
Who were you there with? I mean, other than the Catholic communities, were you with your family?
I was.
And generally, I don't need names, but was your wife present?
My wife and my 4 kids at the time, yes.
And what are the ages of your kids?
At that time, they were 3, 5, 7, and 9.
And approximately how many people were walking with the Catholic communities of Waukesha?
I believe there's about 45 or 46 individuals that were walking with us.
Okay. I'm going to show you a photograph and just ask you if you recognize it. It's Exhibit 121.
As a reminder, the monitors in the jury box have about a 20-second delay, so we need to be mindful of that as we show exhibits to them. They do come on the screen, I think, a little bit more quickly, but there was rapid succession previously, so.
And I'd ask that also be published to the jury at this time. This exhibit has previously been admitted into evidence.
Permission granted. And why doesn't the jury let me know when that exhibit comes up on the monitors in front of you? All right, thank you.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Whew. Sir, do you know where this picture was taken?
Yes, that was taken at Main Street and I believe East Avenue.
What day was it taken?
That was taken on November 21st, 2021.
And there are boxes with names that are associated with people through a red arrow. Do you see that?
Yes.
Overruled, he may answer.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And as you review those names and the people that those names are associated with, is that exhibit accurate?
Objection, leading the witness.
Sustain as to the form of the question.
Sir, do you know the people whose names appear on exhibit 121?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes.
And the arrows, do you see arrows on that exhibit?
Yes.
And they're going from a person to a name. Do you see that?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled, the exhibit's previously been received. He may answer.
Yes.
To clarify, Jason Peckloff, do you see him in this picture?
I do.
Can you? There's a touch screen in front of you. If you can just circle where he's at in this picture. How about Camila Perez Gonzalez? If you can circle her. Maria Alvarez Dominguez. Dair Lopez Revelar. Jose Perales Alvarez. And if we can clear the screen, and then Juan Marquez. Thank you. We can clear the screen.
Are you done with this exhibit?
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you know the names of most, if not all, of the participants who were marching with the Catholic communities of Waukesha that day?
Most of them, yes.
At some point, did you hear some type of commotion behind you?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what you heard?
We were walking westbound on Main Street, and near the area of about 400 to 409 West Main Street, my attention was directed towards large amounts of screaming coming from behind us, so to our east. At that point, I looked over my left shoulder. At that point, there was still some folks from our group that were behind us, so it wasn't clear, but over the tops of them, I could see like a roof of a red vehicle traveling also to the east, coming towards us. I'm sorry, to the west, coming towards us.
What were your initial thoughts?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
My initial thought that came into my mind at that time when the screaming occurred was that there was probably a lost motorist and there was a vehicle traveling in the parade that shouldn't have been there.
Have you ever worked a Christmas parade in Waukesha?
I
Objection,
have.
relevancy.
Overruled. He may answer.
You said you have.
I don't recall specifically the Christmas parade. I worked other events in downtown Waukesha.
Have you ever worked a 4th of July parade?
Objection, relevancy to this incident.
Let me strike the question.
Okay, go ahead.
Have you ever worked a parade in the city of Waukesha?
I don't recall a specific parade, but I've worked Friday Night Live, which is an event where they usually close down the downtown area for vehicular traffic, and it's pedestrians only. So that was where I was drawing my recollection to that incident.
Are there some times when there are barricades set up and a vehicle will come into the area that they're not supposed to come in?
That does occur, yes.
What would law enforcement do in that case?
Usually stop the vehicle and direct them to either stop or remove them when it's safe to do so.
Have you ever been present where the vehicle doesn't stop?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
No.
When you said that you heard screaming, can you describe for the jury what you mean? Because we're at a parade, so I'm assuming that there's some screaming.
Objection, leading the witness.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
Can you describe for the jury if the screaming stood out to you?
Yes, it was.
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, it was something different than was actually occurring at the parade. And just to give you a perspective, at this point, we were actually almost done marching in the parade, which was actually a very big relief to me because I didn't want to be in the parade in the first place. So I was actually very relieved at that point. So yes, at that point, this had caused some sort of commotion that was not particularly used to that we've already incurred through the entire parade.
And did you notice anything different about your surroundings as you heard the screaming?
Objection. I asked the form of that question and it was answered.
Overruled. He may answer.
Can you just repeat the question, please?
Sure. Did you notice anything other than the screaming that seemed unusual when that happened?
Objection, different question.
Overruled. I'm not sure what the objection is, but you may answer.
Clear with the objection.
So after my initial thought of that vehicle was just a lost motorist, or they didn't know actually what was going on, that thought faded very quickly, and I realized that something was drastically wrong based on the fact that that vehicle was traveling at a significant rate of speed towards our direction.
When you first saw the vehicle or the top of the red vehicle, approximately how far was it away from you?
When I first looked back and saw it, I would estimate it to be about, I would say approximately 200 feet. My recollection is that it was near Curry Insurance.
You testified already as to where your position was at that time, correct?
Yes.
Where were you in relationship to the group that you were walking with? Where were you within that group?
Sure. So our group, we were just kind of walking together behind a white banner. There was no set, I guess, method of us walking. We actually, as we were continuing down the parade route, some of us moved forward, some of us moved back, depending on how the kids were doing. But at that particular time, I was near towards the back, so I would say the middle of the back of the group, and more towards the center of the road.
And which shoulder did you look back over when you heard the screaming?
I turned to my left.
And that's when the vehicle was approximately 200 feet away?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
What did you see next?
The vehicle came, I recall the vehicle coming right at to where we were walking. It started hitting folks in our group, and the only thing that I could remember doing was I had my 3-year-old in my left hand, and I had my 9-year-old in my right hand. As we were walking down the parade route, my 7-year-old was kind of walking in front of us at the time, and I remember realizing that we were going to get hit, and it was going to come very quickly. And so I grabbed my 3-year-old as hard as I could, and I threw him towards the curb. At the same time, I tried to grab Benjamin at that point and throw him with my 3-year-old.
Now, Benjamin, is he the 7-year-old?
Yes.
And he was in front of you, you testified?
Objection,
Correct.
leading the witness.
Overruled. The answer may stand.
To the best of my memory, yes.
Yes, okay. And you stated that you had your 9-year-old in your on your right side. What's the name of your 9-year-old?
Elliot.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. I'm sorry, what was the name?
Elliot.
Thank
Elliot
you.
Hallmark.
When you saw the vehicle and as it was coming towards you, could you estimate the speed that the vehicle was traveling?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
I estimated the vehicle traveling about 30 to 40 miles an hour,
What is the speed limit in that area of Main Street?
25 miles per hour.
So you threw your 3-year-old to your left, you stated?
Towards the curb, which would have been to the south.
And how about Elliot?
I don't remember at that point what happened with Elliot. As the vehicle passed us, I don't know if he got ripped out of my arms when the vehicle came through. I just remember that I kind of got, as I turned to my left, I pivoted on my left foot. I got clipped to my left foot, and the vehicle passed us, but I don't recall what happened with Elliot.
How about Ben?
Ben, I saw him stumble and kind of roll from where the vehicle came towards the curb to the south.
Now, when you said you got clipped, what clipped you?
Objection.
Overruled.
It had to have been the vehicle. I had an abrasion on my left heel, and then I had just white sneakers on that night, and they had black marks along where I had my abrasion on the same part.
What was that consistent with, those black marks?
I would guess the vehicle tire.
Where was your wife?
She was standing a little bit behind and then to the left of us, so she would have been a little further at that point, a little bit further to the east and then to the south.
Now, in terms of the path that the vehicle was traveling prior to it striking your group, can you describe that for the jury in terms of, was it on the north side of the road or the south side? Or, to explain it to someone like me, if you're traveling down the parade route, was it on your left or on your right?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
As it was coming towards us, as I was walking initially, we were kind of in the center of the road. So when I saw the vehicle coming, I kind of moved to the left and threw my kids to the left. So we were kind of left of the center line, so to the left, as you described, and towards the south. But the vehicle had passed me on my right.
And did you say that you observed anyone get hit that was behind you?
I don't
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
I don't recall seeing anyone specifically getting hit. I do remember hearing sounds of the vehicle striking objects, and the only objects in the road were people at the time.
What happened next, or what do you remember next?
I remember turning to my wife and asking her if all the children were okay, and she looked back at me and said that she didn't know where our son Elliot was. And at that point, I couldn't see him either, so I began running up and down Main Street trying to locate where he was.
Did you have eyes on your 3 other children?
I did.
And what did you do with those 3 kids?
I had those children stay with my wife while I went and tried to find Elliot.
Did you find Elliot?
It was some time after. I would estimate it to be a minute to 2 minutes after the vehicle had passed, but I had located him on the road further to the south, almost immediately towards the curb was, being tended to by some individuals that had covered him up with a blanket.
While you were looking for Elliot, did you see anyone else on the ground?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what you observed?
There was a lot of individuals laying on the road as you look back, and I remember specifically seeing Father Pat Heppy laying on the ground. I remember he was, at that point when I had saw him, I thought he was deceased because he wasn't moving at all, so I would assume that he was knocked unconscious. I continued past, and then I remember specifically seeing a younger female who I recall to be as Yamilet Perales laying in the roadway. And 2, I thought she was also deceased because there was blood coming from like her ears, and she wasn't moving either.
Did you see anyone else before you found your son Elliot?
There was other people, but I don't specifically recalling at that particular time, no.
Once you found Elliot, what observations did you make of him?
At this point, he was awake. The person who was tending to him indicated that he was knocked unconscious. So when I had found him, he actually regained consciousness, but he was crying and complaining of injuries to his back and to his hip and to his leg.
What did you do then?
Pretty much just, I was told by the individuals that were caring for him that that we needed to keep them there for safety purposes, for like C-spine, making sure they didn't have any significant neck injuries or back injuries, and that we needed to wait there until paramedics arrived.
Did they eventually come and assess Elliot?
Yes, during this time I had spoken with my wife, and the decision was made that she was going to go get the car because it was, at this point, it was chaos in downtown Waukesha. And I'd actually made contact with a couple of different officers that I knew from the police department, and one of the comments was we didn't know how we were going to get a lot of these injured folks from the street to the hospital that needed care. So the decision was made that I was going to send my wife to go get the vehicle so she can remove our 3 kids that were mobile and remove them from the scene. At that time, I didn't know the extent of the injuries to Benjamin.
And that's what I was just going to ask you about. Were there any observable injuries to Benjamin at the time immediately following the car going through the group?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
I knew that he had been injured because when I had looked over to where he was over on the curb, I had seen that he had some facial injuries, swollen eyes, some lacerations. But he was calm and he was collected, so at that point I didn't know that there was any other injuries to him. After the paramedics had put Elliot on a removable stretcher, I indicated that Benjamin was hurt and I needed to go bring him with us when we went to the hospital. After I went over to him to pick him up, I had looked down and I had realized that he had an open fracture to his left leg.
So what did you do?
I picked him up, and then we ran with the paramedics down to, they called it the casualty collection point, or the point where all the ambulances were caring for individual folks.
And did you ride in the ambulance with Elliot and Ben, or did they go separately?
We went together.
Okay. Where did you go?
We went to Waukesha Memorial Hospital.
And what happened once you were at Waukesha Memorial Hospital? What did you see in general?
Yeah, I mean, I was working in the city. We go to Waukesha Memorial Hospital quite a bit, and I have never seen anything like this in my entire life. It was pretty much chaos. When we first got to the hospital, there was some sort of physician or EMT that was actually triaging individuals with, I believe it was permanent marker, and they were triaging individuals on their forehead of what level of injury they needed. And based on that, this kind of directed word they had gone inside the hospital. So when we had gone into the hospital, we were directed into the waiting room. And at that point, we were still on kind of like stretchers or backboards. We were placed in the waiting room, and we were just waiting until we could be attended to by some of the staff.
And did both Benjamin and Elliot receive treatment at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Yes.
What treatment did they receive, if you know?
Elliot received treatment for a severe concussion. He had a severe ankle sprain. They did a CT scan. And then with Benjamin, he ended up spending the night because the same thing, concussion. They did a CT scan, but then he also had surgery on his broken leg that night.
Now you stated initially when the car was coming towards the back of your group, you thought it may have been someone that just accidentally got on the Christmas parade route, correct?
Objection, that was not the form of the question. Or answer, rather.
Asked and answered, sustained.
So after having your initial thought, did your thought change at some point that this isn't a misguided vehicle?
Yes.
And what did it change to?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
After the vehicle had come through and struck our group, and then as I looked back at all the carnage behind us, it was pretty, my thought then that we were involved in some sort of terrorist act. It was overwhelming fear, overwhelming panic amongst everyone in the downtown Waukesha.
After the vehicle went through your group, did you ever observe it stop?
I did not.
I'm going to show you on the screen in front of you Exhibit 140. I'm going to have it displayed in front of you, and let me know when it's on your screen.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to play approximately 5 seconds. It's a 1 minute and 26-second clip. I'm going to play the first 5 seconds and see if you recognize this video.
Yes.
We can stop it and go back to 00. Does it accurately reflect what you observed on November 21st, 2021?
Yes.
Objection to the relevancy. Who took the video?
Overruled.
Does this video contain footage of the Waukesha Catholic community in the parade on that date?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
I'd move, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I would move State's Exhibit 140 into evidence and ask that it be published to the jury with sound.
Objection. Still hearsay.
The objection's noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 140 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
And I'd ask that it start playing now.
Maybe, we'll see. I mean, it's actually at the Elks Club Lodge. It's like, see, it's really cool.
Or maybe. I went with like a friend. It was a nice place. Sounds cool.
Yeah, it's really...
Is it on Thanksgiving?
Saturday, November 20th, 2021.
Honey, that passed.
What?
That passed. Oh, yeah. It's the 20th today.
Oh,
Right?
that would...
Oh, no, it's the 21st.
Ooh, so it already did already.
It happened yesterday.
Yep, it happened already. Ah, whatever. You never know. That's okay, whatever.
Everybody gets oh, those outfits are so cute! Young lady, where is your winter jacket?
Did you see a red SUV traveling westbound in that video?
Yes.
Would that be consistent with what you saw coming from behind you on November 21st prior to what you just described?
Objection. How do we know the direction? How do we know it's westbound?
Your objection's noted. It's overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to show you some still shots from that video and just ask if they accurately reflect what you observed.
Objection to the relevancy.
I have to see them. Are you going to do that electronically or hand them to the bailiff?
I'd like to do it electronically if I can.
Go ahead.
Show Exhibit 135. Just to the witness. Sir, do you identify that as a still shot taken from the Exhibit 140?
I recognize the photo you're seeing is from the video?
Yes.
Yes.
And there are, do you see arrows? What does this photo reflect to you? Sorry.
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled.
This photo represents individuals from our group in the parade walking in front of, I believe, Magellan's, I think.
And are there names on this diagram?
Yes.
And do they appear to be associated with people within this group?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
How is that depicted?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled.
The names are depicted by red arrows pointing to the individuals.
And do they accurately reflect the names of the individuals that they're pointing, that the arrows are connected to?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask that Exhibit 135 be admitted and published to the jury.
Objection to the relevancy.
Overruled, Exhibit 135 is received, permission to publish is granted. Keep in mind it takes a little bit for the jury to see it, at least on the monitors in the jury box.
It appears that the jury now can see it in front of them. So with regard to this one, if you can just circle Jose Perales Alvarez.
Objection of being the witness.
Overruled.
Juan Marquez, if you see him. Marisol Lopez Gutierrez. Gregorio Romelia Perez. And Maria Perez.
Well, when I circled Gregoria, I believe I kind of got rid of Maria there. But Maria's,
helpful?
Yeah, Maria's right next to Gregoria.
Okay, thank you. This can be taken off. Next, I'm going to do the exact same thing with a couple more pictures. The next one would be Exhibit 136. I'll have it shown in front of you. Let me know when it's on your screen.
I see it.
Okay. If you can describe for the jury what you're seeing in Exhibit 136.
Something very similar to the last exhibit.
I'm sorry, is there an objection?
Leading the witness.
That's not leading, it's overruled. You may answer.
This photograph appears to be a still photo from a video, similar to the last, with names with arrows corresponding to those individuals.
And do the arrows corresponding to the individuals and the names, are they accurate?
In my screen, there's
Yeah, there's a box that appears to be from
There
the
you go.
user. There you go.
Okay.
It needs to be removed.
Yes, it's accurate.
Okay. And do you see yourself in this photograph?
I do.
Okay. I would ask that this 136 be admitted and published to the jury.
Exhibit 136 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Objection. Why? Where's his name if he's in the video?
That's not an objection, that's a question. You can certainly ask that during cross-examination, but it's just, I'm sustaining it. Go ahead, ask your next question.
I guess I'm waiting for it to be published.
I will do that.
Okay. And then a confirmation from the jury that they can see it. Sir, first of all, do you see yourself in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you circle where you're at?
Objection. Why is no name on it? What's the
Overruled.
relevancy of it?
Overruled. You may answer the question.
That's right.
Thank you. And again, the names you've testified are associated with the appropriate people, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you circle Lori Loken? Maria Alvarez Dominguez. Ashley Perales Alvarez. Margaret Pachulis. Eileen Perales Alvarez. Yamilet Perales Alvarez. And I think you can possibly see her legs.
Yeah, she's wearing gray pants. I'm sorry, green kind of leggings, but you can't necessarily see her face in this photo. So, but her green pants are right there.
Okay. Camila Perez Gonzalez. And Benjamin Hallmark. Thank you. We can clear the screen. Next, I'll go to 137. And again, when we're looking at these photos, these are all from the same video. Are they from the same video?
It appears so.
Okay. And approximately what location are these taken in relationship to where your group was physically impacted by the car?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
This was probably about a block prior to us being struck. I think this is right around the 300 block of West Main Street, kind of by Donnie Boy's, Magellan's, Curry Insurance area.
And would this be consistent with what you believe generally the formation would have been when your group was impacted?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes,
Okay. I'm going to show you 137
I see.
and ask you the same questions. Does this appear to be a still shot from the video that you saw in Exhibit 140?
Yes.
And what does it depict?
Depicts Jason Petchloff, William Mitchell, and Father Pat Heppe walking in the parade route, holding a banner.
And are there names on that?
Yes.
Are they associated with the people you've just identified
Yes.
correctly?
Correct.
I'd ask that Exhibit 137 be admitted into evidence and published.
Objection. Where's the relevancy?
Overruled. Exhibit 137 has received permission to publish as granted.
Thank you. And again, if you can circle Jason Peckloff, William Mitchell, Father Heppe. Thank you.
Is that to come up for the jurors? No.
Oh, sorry.
We'll wait.
I apologize.
That's not please. They'll have to redo that. It was cleared before the jury got it, so go ahead and redraw your circles.
Okay. Can you identify Jason Peckloff, William Mitchell, and Father Heppe? Thank you. You can clear the screen. And finally, 128. I believe 128 may have already been admitted into evidence. I'd ask that be published to the jury.
Okay.
And do you see the name David Marquez on the screen?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
Yes.
And do you see David Marquez in the picture?
Yes.
Can you circle him? Thank you. You can clear that exhibit. I would not.
No.
Oh,
Jury does not
you
have it yet.
Well, at least someone's.
I'm trying.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. It now is in the view of the jury. I'd ask that it be cleared.
All right, thank you.
Finally, Exhibit 15, which has previously been admitted into evidence. I'd ask that be published to the jury.
Mm-hmm.
And I would ask that they give me a signal when it's on the screen. Sir, have you seen this map before?
Yes.
And what is this a map of?
This is a map of the parade route, and it also appears to indicate where certain groups on the parade route that were impacted during this incident.
And is there any type of delineation as to exactly where the parade route, where it started and where it went to?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
I don't see any clear delineation in regards to an arrow, but the parade started up towards Maine and White Rock and ends towards Maine and Wisconsin.
Do you see a purple line on that exhibit?
Yes.
What does that reflect?
Objection,
Overruled.
leading the witness.
The parade route.
Hold on, I'm sorry. What was your
Leading the
objection?
witness.
Leading, did you say? Overruled. You may answer.
It indicates the parade route.
Sir, direct your attention to the area where the Catholic communities of Waukesha, where there's a list of names. Do you see that?
Yes.
And are all those people that are listed in that box, were they in the roadway at the time that the red SUV went through your group?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And again, it's there's a line with that box that's associated with this a yellow star. What's the significance of that, if you know?
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled.
That would be the general area where we were when we were struck.
Thank you. You can clear the screen, sorry. Now I'm going to go to Exhibit 160. And I'm just going to ask if this, the clip is 50 seconds long. I'm going to show you approximately 20 seconds of the clip and see if you recognize it. Do you recognize that clip? We can stop the clip, I'm sorry. We stopped it at 12 seconds. Do you recognize that clip?
Yes.
Does that accurately depict what occurred near your group, the Catholic community, on November 21st of last year?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd ask that Exhibit 160 is admitted and published for the jury.
Objection.
Exhibit 160 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Okay. No one's giving me a thumbs up. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you. If we can play this clip from 0 to 50 seconds, which is the length of the clip. The 4 people that you saw sliding through the screen from left to right, did you recognize those people?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 126, which is a still shot from that video. If you can, it'll pop up on your screen. If you can tell me if it accurately represents that video, that still shot from a video. That video.
Objection, leading the witness.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
And I said it be admitted into evidence and published to the jury.
Exhibit 126 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Sir, do you, can you identify each of the people that are shown in this still shot by saying their name and circling their position?
Yeah.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
This is, I'm going to do it by circling.
Yes.
Okay. So this is Jason Petchloff on his back in the roadway towards the south side of the road. This is Marisol Lopez, kind of in the middle of the roadway. This is Jose Perales, just in front of Jason, a little further to the west, but on the south side of the roadway. And then Gregoria Perez, kind of further to the west in the roadway, and then in the middle.
Thank you. One last video. Sorry, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 154. I'm going to play the first 5 seconds for you and ask you if it depicts what you observed on November 21st of last year.
Objection. What's the relevancy?
Overruled. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is a video taken, it appears to be from an individual walking, but this is like the aftermath of right after the vehicle had come through our group.
Have you seen this video clip before?
I have.
Are you able to identify many of the people in this video clip?
Objection. Hearsay. There's
Overruled.
a lot of people in here.
It's not hearsay.
I'd ask that,
Go ahead.
be admitted into evidence and published to the jury.
Exhibit 154 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Sir, I'm going to take you through this video and I'm going to pause it at certain places and ask you if you recognize anyone that's in the picture and describe their position. If we can start the video. If we can pause it. Oh, if you can go back 2 seconds. There we go. It stopped at 11 seconds. Do you recognize that person on the ground?
Yeah, right here, that's Margaret Petrulius.
If we can continue on from 11 seconds. And stop. Do you recognize the person depicted at 13 seconds?
Objection. Hearsay.
If we can clear the screen, I'm sorry.
You may answer.
My last screenshot is up there from the last time. I don't know if you want that clear.
Clear that. Thank you.
Laying on the ground right here in the blue, that's Lori Locken.
And if you can continue on from 13 seconds. If you can pause it. Did you see anyone else? I'm sorry.
Just prior to that, I could see where my wife and the other kids were with Benjamin on the curb, kind of behind Lori.
If we go back 2 seconds, do you think that would do it?
Yeah. So, yep, right there.
And if you can circle them.
So this is my daughter right here, and then right behind her, in underneath that blanket, that's where Benjamin is. He's being attended to by some of the individuals there.
Okay. If you can just say stop if you see Elliot as this goes on from 14 seconds.
Stop.
Where's Elliot?
So he's being attended to. He's right with this group of people right there.
And you recognize that to be the position you went to when you found him?
Objection. Hearsay. We can't see who that is.
It's not hearsay. Overruled.
Yes.
And that was at 20 seconds. We can clear that. And continue on. Sorry. If we can pause. Do you recognize anyone in this section of the video?
Yeah. So with the blue sneakers, he's lying this way. That'd be Father Pat Heppy. Laying down right here is Maria Perez. And then being attended to by these folks in front of the banner, that'd be William Mitchell.
Okay. If we can continue on. And if you see someone from your group on the ground, if you can say pause.
Okay.
And we're continuing on from 26 seconds. If we can pause here. Do you recognize that person?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yeah, there's two people. Marisol Lopez is right there, and then Adir Lopez is right here with the gray jacket.
And what's their relationship to one another?
mother and child.
We can continue on from 41 seconds. I'm sorry, is that still Marisol?
Objection.
We can pause here.
Pause.
Uh,
Who is that, if you know?
so this is still
Said
Marisol.
objection.
Overruled.
So this last yellow line I just drew, that's still Marisol. Right here where I circled is being covered by a red blanket. That would be Gregoria Perez. And then over here, that would be Jason Pechloff.
Stop the video at 58 seconds. Sir, I'm going to direct you to Exhibit 162. We're almost done. 2 more exhibits.
I know the video continued. I just didn't know if you wanted, because I apologize.
That's fine. Let me go back,
Okay.
sir. Let me redirect your attention to Exhibit 154, where we were, which was 58 seconds. If we can publish that for the jury, since it has been admitted into evidence. And again, if you could.
Objection. Are we going to another exhibit? She just said 162.
We're back at 154, she indicated.
It's up, okay. Do you see anyone else, or should I continue playing?
I think you should continue playing.
Let's continue.
Pause. So at 136, this would be Jose Perales.
Thank you, and that was at 136. Okay. Thank you. Did you viewed this video before?
Yes.
And do you know, are there any other victims depicted from Catholic communities?
Yes.
Okay, then let's keep playing it from 136.
136.
and just let me know when you see it. Okay. You stated that you could see Eileen Perales in this video, or this clip?
Yes.
And can you point her out, specifically her and the hat that she's wearing on her head?
Yeah. I think Perales is wearing kind of like a black coat, some sort of pink leggings, and then she's wearing some sort of like maroon colored hat with white on it, like white stripes.
If we can save this screen capture, and this would be 162A.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
If I can then,
So 162A has been captured.
and we can clear it then.
If you don't know who took these videos, how were you able to see them? before today?
I believe they were collected by the police department as evidence.
And that's how you saw them?
That's how we were able to view them afterwards, yes.
Do you know when you viewed them?
I don't recall.
Did you view all 12 of them in their entirety at the same time, or were they at different dates?
Yeah, back to the form of the question.
Grounds.
Did you view them all in their entirety? Again, it makes it seem like he's referring to videos, and if he is, that's fine. If he could just clarify videos or exhibits.
Sustained as to the form of the question, please rephrase.
Exhibits.
Can you just repeat the question, please?
At what time did you see all the exhibits in their entirety? Was it the same day or was it different days?
I don't recall specifically. I just reviewed the exhibits, the photos, not the videos, but the photos, as you're explaining in these exhibits, prior, just in preparation of my testimony.
In preparation of your testimony, what do you mean by in preparation of?
Preparing my testimony for court, making sure that everything that maybe kind of recall my memory, anything to that nature, making sure that everything is accurate in what I'm going to testify to.
If everything you're going to testify to is truthful, why would you need to prepare for it?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Why would you need testimony preparation?
This is a pretty significant incident. I wanted to make sure that I was prepared fully for being here and testifying.
Wouldn't it be easy to just come in and recount what you saw?
Objection. Argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained. Please rephrase.
Is it fair to say that it would be fairly easy to state what you saw that evening?
Yes.
So why exactly did you feel the need that you had to prep yourself?
Objection. Argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained, also asked and answered.
I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 154, which is a video. So that's clear for the record, not a still frame. It's a video.
You want to put up for him?
I want it put up for him.
All right, it's been received before. Put it up, please.
Can we go to 41 seconds?
Sure. Thank you to the state for assisting. 41 seconds, you said?
41 seconds. Is it fair to
Hold
say
on,
that?
do you want to wait until the jury has it in front of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay, there's a delay. Sometimes it's long, sometimes it's short. Seems to be long right now. All right, we're good. Go ahead.
So in this exhibit, which is a video that's paused at 41 seconds, we can see two people laying on the ground. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Can you see any of the two people's faces right now as it's paused?
No.
So it would be fair to say that you can't positively say who that is from this part of the video that's paused right now.
Well, based on my experience, based on clothing descriptions, obviously Idira and Marisol are mother and child, and body structures, that's how I'm able to identify who they are.
What do you mean by body structure?
Well, Idira is a little bit smaller, and Marisol's a little bit larger, and that's how I have memory of who she is.
Would you agree that they're kind of like bunched up, like kind of balled up?
I would agree that Idira is, yes.
Can you see faces?
No, sir.
So it would be fair to say that you don't know for sure who that is.
I'm pretty confident that's Marisol Nadir.
Pretty confident?
I'm very confident.
So why not be very confident the first time the question was asked? Grounds. Grounds.
Sustained.
Let's go to 58 seconds and pause. Right here in front of us, we see 3 people kneeled down. We see someone with a pinkish blanket covering them, and we see a lady with a black coat with a white kind of like top to it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Can you see the face of the person laying on the ground under the pink blanket?
No, sir.
Would it be fair to say that you don't know for sure who that is?
As I described before, I'm very confident that that's Marisol that's laying on the ground.
And how can you tell that from the picture that we're looking at now?
Well, not specifically just from this picture, but like I stated before, as the video was moving, we could see clothing descriptions, body structure, who she's laying next to.
Is it fair to say that the exhibit is not moving right now? It's paused.
Yes, sir.
And it's paused with not being able to see who's under the pink blanket. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
So how can you say for sure who that is?
If I was to just view this video or this photo without any other context, you're probably correct. I probably wouldn't be able to identify any particular person, but because of the video and how it moved and how I was able to see people, I was able to confirm that that'd be Marisol.
And you came to that conclusion because you've seen these videos before today, or these exhibits rather before today. Would that be fair to say?
No, I come to the conclusion with my memory of being there at that night.
But you did state, just so we have clarity, that you in fact saw these exhibits before today. Would that be fair to say?
Objection asked and answered.
Grounds.
It has been asked and answered, but I'll let the witness answer that question again.
Yes, sir.
Towards the, I don't know where that direction would be. I'm guessing that would, if you're looking at it the way I'm looking at it, it'd be towards the right.
Right this way?
We're coming back a little bit more. Right where the lady with the white coat is,
Mm-hmm.
You see a few people, it looks like 3, kneeled over someone that is under a blanket with, it looks red with like snowflakes or something on it. You can see like a black, I don't know if that's like a shoe or, I'm guessing that's a shoe or a boot or something to that effect. Is that fair to say that you can see that?
Yes.
Can you tell who that is just looking at it right now?
I know that that's Gregoria, yes.
Can you tell who it is looking at it right now? Can you see their face? Can you identify them right now?
I cannot see their face.
So it'd be fair to say that you're not sure who that is.
I am sure who that is.
And you come to that conclusion based on what we're looking at right now at this moment.
Objection.
Grounds.
Mischaracterizes this witness's testimony.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Let's go to 136. Same exhibit in pause. Is it fair to say we can see someone with laying on the ground? They have like a bluish jacket. You can only see one arm, so the sleeve. The jacket is blue. It looks like they have like something red next to which is obviously a lady in a gray jacket, white hat, a guy in a red, looks like a hoodie, and someone else to their right, I would say, and a jacket and a cap with a, looks like a baseball cap. Would it be fair to say that you can see that?
Yes.
And the person that's laying on the ground, can you see their face?
No, sir.
So would it be fair to say that you don't know for sure who that is?
I'm sure I know who that is.
Based on what we're looking at now, you can tell who that is.
Based on my recollection of the incident that night, I know who that is.
Based on what we're looking at right now on the screen, can you tell who that is? You
Yes,
can
sir.
see their face.
I know who that is. I cannot see their face.
So it'd be fair to say from this picture, you're not sure who that is.
Objection is characterized
Grounds.
as witness's testimony.
Sustained.
To the right of the screen, right here. Can't tell how many people is kneeled down right there, but it's obvious that they're attending to somebody. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Can you see who that is that they're attending to in any way?
Not from this vantage point, no.
So it'd be fair to say that you don't know who that is that they're attending to, correct?
I know who they're attending to.
And you can tell that by what we're looking at right now?
Objection.
Grounds.
Characterized as the testimony.
Grounds.
Witness testified as this video was going through who he believed each person was.
Who he believed. But we're looking right now.
Mr. Brooks, let me rule on the objection.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you. Overruled, he may answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Can you tell from what we're looking at right now? Can you tell who that is that they're attending to?
You cannot see that is Jason Petchoff behind them, but that is who is laying on the ground right there.
And you can tell that by what we're looking at right now. You can see who that is.
No, based on my recollection of the incident is why I know who that is.
I'm saying referring to what we're looking at, not your recollection, what we're currently looking at right now. Can you tell who that is that's being attended to from based on what we're looking at right at this moment?
You cannot see who the individual is.
Can we go to 2 minutes and 30 seconds and pause? Can we erase that circle and arrow?
It's been done.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right in front of us, we can see is a group of people standing over someone that appears to be laying on the ground. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
It looks like they have a Scooby-Doo blanket over them. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
By what we're looking at right now at this moment, can you tell who's under the Scooby-Doo blanket?
I know who that is.
Can you tell by what we're looking at this moment? At this moment right now, can you tell who's under the Scooby-Doo blanket?
No, sir.
Can we go to 241 and pause? Would it be fair to say that right now we're looking at what appears to be could be a police officer, some kind of law enforcement, could be security guard or anything, but some type of law enforcement. We see someone, it looks like a woman who you can't see the top of her head, but you can see like her chin and her bottom lip has a black jacket. And right in between those, the law enforcement and the woman, you can see that someone's laying on the ground and you see 3 people attending to them. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell by what we're looking at right now? Can you say exactly who that is?
100% confident because I'm in that photo.
And is that you standing over the front of him?
I'm standing over my son.
Or not standing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Kneeling in over the top of who's on the ground.
Yes, my son is crying because he just got struck by a vehicle and I'm trying to console
Wait,
him.
that wasn't the question. That's you kneeling over with the hat, and it looks like a grayish. I don't know if that would be a hoodie, but like looks like it's some like bluish black to the sleeve. Would that be you?
I'm wearing a gray sweatshirt. My son is wearing the blue jacket.
I could be mixed up. I apologize for that. So it would be safe to say, by what you just said, you were 100%. You were adamant, 100% that you knew who that was. Mm-hmm. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't have that same enthusiasm for everybody else that we were just looking at. Would that be fair to say?
Objection. This characterizes this witness's testimony.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's also argumentative.
And out of all the exhibits.
Are we done with this exhibit?
Oh yeah, we're done. I'm sorry.
All right. Please take it down, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Go ahead.
Out of all the exhibits that you were shown during the initial questioning, you're not sure who took any of those videos?
No, sir.
There was quite a few exhibits that were shown. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And do you recall exactly the estimate of how far the vehicle was from you when you first saw it?
When I first saw it, that's when the initial scream started. I think it was about 200 feet behind me.
And how did you come to that estimation of distance?
When I first saw it, I believed it, my recollection that it was kind of near Curry Insurance. So I would take that as like almost like a half city block. So it was on the other side of Maple Avenue. So I just estimated that based on my experience with feet.
So you felt that estimate was pretty accurate?
I don't know.
Or did you know for sure?
No, I don't know for sure.
You stated that your 9-year-old was in your right hand and your 3-year-old was in your left hand. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You stated at some point that your 9-year-old was ripped, or you didn't know if your 9-year-old was ripped out of your hand. Can you explain what do you mean by ripped?
At the point where I lost contact with him is about the point where the vehicle had come through, so I didn't know if it was the force of the vehicle taking him away from me that forced our hands to be separated, or if we had just separated hands prior to that. But based on my recollection, it was simultaneously as the vehicle had passed through us.
And was that 9-year-old injured?
Yeah, Elliot was thrown in the air and he was knocked unconscious.
And what happened with your 3-year-old that was in your left hand?
I threw him with my left hand towards the curb. He did not get struck.
When you say threw him, what do you mean by that? Was it?
I was holding
like
on to
a
it. I'm sorry.
Quick toss, or was it like a harsh push, or define thrown?
I picked him. I was holding on to him with my left hand. I grabbed him off the air and threw him as far as I possibly could because I knew that he was going to get hit by a car.
Do you recall if he was hurt in the throw?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Overruled. He may answer.
I didn't actually see him that night because I stayed with my other son at the hospital. But as far as my recollection, I don't think he was injured from that, no.
Other than that, was he injured in any way?
No.
You made a reference to the speed. How did you come to that estimation of speed? Do you have any expertise in speed analysis in any way?
No, just my experiences driving as a motorist and being in law enforcement for 15 years, estimating vehicle speeds.
So it would be fair to say you don't know for sure.
That's correct.
And I assume that you were interviewed by other officers at some point. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall if it was that night or if it was in the following days?
Well, the night of the incident, my department that I
And you already stated that your 9-year-old son did get struck. Did you actually see that?
I did not see him get thrown in the air, no.
Even though you had him in your right arm, or right hand rather?
Correct.
Did you see where the vehicle went after it passed you?
I did not.
Did you see anyone else get struck once it passed you?
I did not.
In a summary of your report, do you recall stating to the officer that you were interviewed by that you saw a second unconscious person laying on the ground that you further described as a Hispanic female?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that in your testimony here today you gave names? That'd be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Why not in the summary of your report did you give names and just say a Hispanic female?
And I'm just going to object to the form of the question. He's indicating that it's Detective Hallmark's summary in this report. It's not been established. Okay.
It's in the form of the question.
I was referring to him already testifying that he had knowledge of everybody that was in his group.
Rephrase your question, please.
At the time of your summary, did you know the identity of the Hispanic female that you referenced?
An objection to the form of the question. It's not his summary per
Ground.
se.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
So should I say in the summary that you gave, do you recall that comment?
Objection mischaracterizes the summary.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question, please rephrase.
In the summary that was given by the officer that you gave the report to, do you recall that
Yes.
statement?
I'm sorry.
I am going to object. The witness has answered the question. Again, I would just indicate for the record that I believe what Mr. Brooks is looking at is a different officer's report that summarizes the statement that that officer received from Detective Hallmark. With that understanding that that's what it is, I would ask Mr. Brooks to maybe ask his next question with keeping that in mind.
Objection to being called that. I don't identify by that name nor consent to being called that name. And I
Next
made
question,
reference-
sir.
I made reference that it was
Next
by
question.
another officer.
Next question, please.
You made reference to your son being attended to by two men. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
At the time of the incident, did you know who those two men were?
No, sir.
And when did you learn of the identity of those two men?
It was a couple days after the incident. I learned the identity of one individual that was attending to my son.
Do you know if they, or do you recall them giving you any additional information that you didn't have that night?
Yes.
Do you recall if they were active participants in the parade or just spectators? Did they give you that information at any time?
This individual was a spectator.
To your recollection, did the spectator tell you where they were positioned at when they attended to your son?
Yes.
And who is Charles?
That'd be my 3-year-old.
And Benjamin?
That'd be my 7-year-old.
Do you recall what happened with Benjamin when you saw the vehicle approaching?
Yeah, he was run over by the vehicle on his left leg.
Do you at any time recall making a statement in the summary that was given by another officer? Do you recall making the statement, you threw Charles and Benjamin as hard as you could towards the south curb?
Yes, sir.
If you already stated that you threw your 3-year-old, which you just said was Charles, and you also just acknowledged that you threw Benjamin.
Objection as to the characterization. He acknowledged that the summary that Mr. Brooks is reading said that he threw Benjamin.
He answered the question.
He did not. I believe there's an objection. I'll sustain it as to the form of the question. Please rephrase. It also mischaracterizes the, well, I'll just leave it at that. You may ask your question.
So did you throw Benjamin as hard as you could to the soft curb, or did you see Benjamin struck by the vehicle?
So when the vehicle was coming and I threw Charlie, I knew that Ben was in front of us, so it was the same motion with my left arm to get Benjamin and Charlie out of the way. Obviously, I didn't get Benjamin completely out of the way of the vehicle.
Any idea why that was not in the summary?
I don't recall.
Grounds?
He answered it. He said, I don't know. His answer may stand.
Besides your children, the other people that you observed injured, did you immediately receive information what those injuries were at that time?
Can you repeat just to be clear of who you're talking about?
The other people that were with your group, not your children, but the other people that were with your group. Do you recall receiving information about their injuries at that time?
I did not receive information about their injuries.
So it would be fair to say you knew that they were hurt, but you didn't know the severity of it.
Exactly.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And besides your children, who else was with you when you went, attended the parade that evening?
Well, there was 45 of us that were walking together. But to go down to the parade, it was me and my immediate family, so it was me, my children, and my wife.
Do you recall your wife being injured in any way during the incident?
No.
Do you recall where she was when the vehicle passed you?
Yes.
Where was she directly next to you, to the side of you, standing right next to you, or do you remember the general area she was at that moment?
Yeah. I thought I answered it. She was further to kind of as we're marching, as you see in the video, further to the left and then behind.
And she didn't report any injuries of any kind.
Well, she was, I believe she was 6 months pregnant at the time. So she went and got checked up just to make sure she wasn't injured, and no, she wasn't injured at all.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Real brief. Sir, the identifications that you made in the exhibits that were shown to you on direct examination, are you 100% confident in those identifications?
Objection.
Yes, ma'am.
Hearsay.
Sorry.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that based on?
My recollection of the incident.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you so much for your patience, as it was the court who wanted to keep moving a little bit tonight. I know we're a little bit late. I will read the instruction, and then you will be dismissed for the day, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the evening. All rise for the jury, please. I just have a couple of housekeeping matters. Please be seated. My recollection, there's been a couple of exhibits that were annotated and captured that I don't know were specifically moved in. I'd ask the parties to look at that and let me know if there's any requests as it relates to that. I also want to provide the parties with a copy of an incident report. This relates to an incident last week from the 6th, where I told the parties, or I asked the Sheriff's Department to provide me with a report regarding the incident with Mr. Brooks and being removed from the courtroom, and I believe he may have even filed like a use of force form or something like that, but I wanted to have it notated or noted in the record, and so that incident report has been filed with me. I have a redacted report so that the Sheriff's Department is in compliance with that. The parties are getting an unredacted report. The unredacted will be kept on file but sealed, and then the unredacted will be and the redacted will be what's available for the public should anyone request that. So that's one thing that's coming. Then, just as a courtesy, even though I'm not required to do this, sir. I did follow up on your inmate communication form with our clerk of court, Monica Paz. She has, I have the response here, and I'm going to provide that for you so that it's notated on the record. And so there's a cover letter, and then there's some documents pursuant to your request. I'll give that to and then along with, on the back, will be that incident report. So that's being provided as well. And then the state, you'll get a copy of that incident report. I don't know if you want a copy of what Mr. Brooks was requesting, but at least that inmate communication form has been filed into the case. I believe it's documents the state could simply pull off of the electronic filing system in any event. And then lastly, I had marked, this is the exhibit 6 that I previously had ordered struck. I just wanted to make a record that it's marked, it's in this envelope, it will be kept with the file for any potential use later on. I just hadn't made a record of that, so that's there as well. That does cover all of my housekeeping issues with that. Given the state's request or Attorney Opper's requests to start late tomorrow, and frankly, given the late night tonight, we will start tomorrow at 9 a.m. Is that enough time for you?
Yes. I was actually going to withdraw my request because we have another jam tomorrow in that we have a witness that we have to guarantee to get out of here by noon. So my request is perhaps, if the court's willing, we could start at 8:30 with the preliminary matters. We could still have the jury come in at 9, but if there's any preliminary matters, we could start with Attorney
I need
Basie.
to let them know. I told them 9:15 in my note that I gave to Mike, so I don't know if we can still get a hold of them. We probably can.
Okay.
So if maybe someone's going to need to tell them quickly. So I need to stay here so I won't step off, so we can keep going. But so 9 o'clock it is.
Okay.
You want to start? How about we do 8:45?
Have the jury here at 8:45?
No, party's here at 8:45.
Party's here at 8:45 without
jury
me.
by 9.
Attorney Basie and Attorney Witchell will be here at 8:45. I'll be here at 9.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right. Then, just Mr. Brooks, those things were provided to you.
Yeah, I set the value, return for value these filings, and just very briefly, so we can get out of here. I have to raise this issue.
What issue, Mr.
My
Brooks?
understanding, how can someone who's not an injured party testify on behalf of somebody who is an injured party?
Mr. Brooks,
and it still be
I'm
charged?
not addressing this. It is a frivolous argument. You have a misunderstanding of the law. We are in recess. I am leaving the bench. Thank you,
Okay.
everyone. We're in recess.
So that's a tactic agreement. We're not